Howdy ho! What is up, everyone? Good Sunday evening to all of you who are here today. Happy to see whoever is here. And of course, you are all welcome, especially you longtime regulars, all you newbies coming in. Hello, hello. CJ, I see the hello because I'm actually looking at you through the YouTube channel right now rather than the StreamYard. I'm wondering why on YouTube in my other browser the show hasn't started, which is really weird. So I'm gonna refresh it on YouTube just so it doesn't suddenly start and you don't start hearing double. I should say, yeah, you don't start hearing echo, whatever you want to call it. Which is taken care of here, and I am back into the StreamYard and gonna say hello to everybody right away. So I was like number 1, 2, 3. I did 4, but it didn't register. So then Rich Donnelly did number 4, as he has stated. What's up, Rich? And then hopefully the rest of you guys, as you throttle in, can also remember, if you haven't done so already, please hit that thumbs up icon right around where I'm pointing, around here somewhere. That would be greatly appreciated. What's up, Mr. Red Jack himself, Brian Norton in the house. Rick Welch, what's good? Evening to you, sir. My lovely wife, Vivian. What's up, Vivian? Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for your support as always. And what else do we got? We got the hellos back and forth already from Tom. Marcus, what's up, Marcus? Marcus says 4 Doomsday trailers over 4 weeks with Avatar. I don't know what that means. I know that Avatar is a movie. I think the third in a trilogy or something is out now. I don't know what you mean by 4 Doomsday trailers over 4 weeks. But I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will explain it to me. And yes, you can certainly talk. As far as I'm concerned, my teams both lost today, so that sucks. Especially the Patriots. Like, what a great first half, and then the Bills played an even better second half, so they could win by 4. So that sucks. And the Lions, well, that sucks too. But at the same time, this is just an injury-riddled, terrible year, whatever, and whatever. What are you gonna do? Awful, awful, awful. CJ, what's good, buddy? And who else is here tonight? Dwayne Zapane still featured as his new character, Dan Perobi. What's good? What's good in Oklahoma? Actually, I hear there's some news out of Oklahoma, Dwayne. Some interesting news about a young girl. Like I said, a young lady, I guess, who wrote a paper based on nothing, citing no evidence about anything she wrote or something, and she got the teacher suspended. I don't know what's happening there in Oklahoma. Very strange and odd things happening. And who else do we have? What about him? That game was on here for me, and they lost. So why? All I know is they lost. So I'm not sure why you're screaming Mahomes. And CJ, you as well. I don't know what. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know I haven't really tuned in into all the scores and stuff. I just know a few scores, plus the 2 games that I watched. You'll have to let me know, fill me in. Peter Rowe, what's happening? Good evening to you. The original compulsed one. And look at that. The back and forths continue some more. What's up? John C. in the house. What's good, my fellow Canuck? What's good out west? Freezing your balls off, I'm sure. Evening. And who else? Look at that. Kekon-san. Jeff is here early tonight. What's good, Jeff? What's happening in Vegas? What is happening in Vegas? I'm sure you got better weather than we do. That's one thing that's happening. I can tell you that without even needing to be there or seeing the weather there. What's up? Jason, what's happening? Howdy to you. I'm looking like a scruffy nerf herder. Scruffy, yeah, but I don't know what a nerf herder is. But I'll take it, I guess. Yeah. I thought, you know what, Tom? I was like, yeah, I got a couple of games I'd rather watch. And then that made it tight. So I was like, yeah, I also want to have some kind of food eating before the show. So it was either food or shaving. I chose food. So yeah, And let me see who else is in the house. Just everybody saying hello back and forth to each other. A couple of dozen of you here tonight as the usual latecomers slowly walk in. I'm upset. It's always frustrating when you start off in a dominating fashion and then the other team flips the script in the other half of the game and they do just slightly better than you did in the first half. Right? And just enough to beat you. It's like, it's so frustrating. I'm not shook. It's just frustrating. I mean, the Pats are doing pretty awesome this year. So you got to give it up to them. They're 1-1 now, right? They beat Buffalo the first game, and now Buffalo beat them in the second one. So there you go, Rickster, like number 6. Love it. Oh, fuck you, Jeff. But I still love you. Pats have me feeling down. The Pats and the Lions, really. Yeah, it's kind of a depressing football weekend for me, yeah, for sure. Murdoch, what's happening? Murdoch, good to see you, sir. Good evening to you. Yes, please, everybody, please. It's not much to ask. Just one thumbs up. No need to subscribe. I mean, please. I think Felix's couple of appearances have been the cause of my sudden surge in subscribers. You don't need to subscribe. I'm at 724. You see that, Tom? You see what happens, Tom? Here I am trying to grow as slowly as humanly possible for years. All of a sudden, in 2 weeks, maybe 2.5, 3 weeks, suddenly I go from hitting the 700 mark to 724 all of a sudden. Too fast for comfort, everybody. If you're watching right now and you're a new subscriber and you feel like this may be the last time you tune in to my channel, please, before you leave, click the subscribe button again. If you are subscribed, click it again and unsubscribe. I would appreciate that, and no, that's not a joke. But if you intend on coming back every now and then, yeah, stay subscribed. Basically, I just want my subscribers to be people who watch either regularly or semi-regularly. That's it. If you rarely ever watch, no need to subscribe. Thank you, CJ, by the way, for the help there. I'm trying to rally some likes. Hit the thumbs up, everybody. Whether you're coming back or not, you can definitely hit the thumbs up. That's appreciated. And what else we got? Ian, my buddy Ian's back. What's good? The Jewish dragon himself. Let me, speaking of Jewish dragons, let me just say two things. First of all, happy, joy. Yes, happy Hanukkah to all the Jewish brethren around the world. I am an honorary Jew, but bestowed upon me by Jewish friends. So yes, I hope you all have a wonderful time celebrating the Festival of Lights all around the world over the next 8 days. But at the same time, tragically, also need to report that a couple of bastards in Sydney, Australia, a father and son duo, no less. Some couple of, I guess, Middle Eastern sounding names from what I saw quickly. I guess they needed to do one of those Allahu Akbar things, and they shot up a beach full of revelers, Jewish people on the beach celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. Yes, and many, last I heard, 15 killed, more wounded. So very, very tragic, and all in the name of organized religion. Isn't that wonderful? So, anyways, my heart goes out to everybody affected by that tragedy, and to everybody else celebrating around the world. Again, happy Hanukkah, and may the next 7 remaining days be much happier than today was. Avengers Doomsday. Oh, there's a Avengers movie trailers out. Okay, I thought that movie wasn't out for another 2 years. Hey, dragons. Is this Ruben Art Show or ESPN? ESPN. I am the Montreal affiliate, the football affiliate for ESPN. What's up, Corey? And who else we got? Scott Hinton in the house again. Always love to have you back. Always welcome, my friend. Thank you so much. Great to have you. Appreciate seeing you. 4 weeks in a row now? That's fantastic. So thank you very, very much. Everybody, if you do hit that subscribe, be like Scott Hinton. Be like Scott. Keep showing up. And if you decide you're going to stop showing up, hit it one more time to unsubscribe. Thank you. Mahomes out. Oh, cool. I did. I mean, not good. Obviously not cool. Cool. Like, wow. Wow. So weird that I didn't see that when I looked up the news for the score. Wow. You know what? I mean, again, it's awful anytime you get that type of an injury, Marcus. But I will say, if it was going to happen anytime to Mahomes, what better time, right? During a year where they're probably not even going to make the playoffs, regardless of his knee or not, right? So it couldn't have happened, honestly. It's never great to happen for these athletes, but if it's going to happen, and it happens to most athletes eventually at one point or another, it couldn't have happened at a better time. Might as well just call it a year and start the rehab process now, because even high level athletes take minimum of like 9 months typically to come back. So sad to hear, though. Sad to hear either way. It's never nice to hear about injuries, you know. And a bad one, are you? You heard it? They said it was bad. Wow. I guess I'll have to tune in later after my show tonight, see what happens, get some more in-depth news on it. Parsons? Micah Parsons? Talking about Micah Parsons? Tore the ACL for you mean in Green Bay? Holy shit! If that's who you're talking about, wow, that's crazy. Wow. Okay. Last I heard, the Packers were losing, but there were still a lot of game to play, so I don't know what happened there. Yeah. So wow, crazy. Couple of losses for me. Some losses in the player injury column. That's not good. Well, break through a creek and what? You broke through a creek and fell into water at -20? Did you really, John? You being serious? I believe you're being serious. Holy smokes. Well, sorry to hear that. I'm glad you survived, though. I mean, that's really the important thing. I mean, falling into a creek, I mean, if it's, if it's deeper than you are tall, at -20, I mean, the shock to your system had to have been just the worst thing you've ever felt in your life. I mean, that can send you into cardiac arrest, just that alone. I'm glad the fact that you're here means you're obviously okay now. So I'm glad to hear that, John. Holy smokes. Wow. That's crazy. By all means, pop in. There's a link, everyone, for anybody who wants to pop in. There's a link, as usual, that I left in the key to the studio, if you will, down in the description below this video. You want to come and tell us about your adventure breaking through the ice into a creek at -20 Celsius. Feel free to, John. That is crazy. But like I said, yeah, so glad to hear that you're otherwise okay now. Cowboys are going home, and it's been crap traffic with the national finals rodeo in town the last week. Oh, rodeo is in for an entire week. Wow. All right. Hey, man, at least you're not freezing with tons of snow like we do. Nerf herders are Harrison Fords. Nice. Then I hate Nerf herders, I guess. Ouch. Food before shaving, always. There you go, Jeff. Jeff knows. Strangeroo. Greetings and salutations to Strangeroo, who also is becoming a regular. Welcome, Strangeroo. Look at that. Even Peter's already being nice and yay, saying hello to Strangeroo. And CJ as well. Nice. 27, this was a while ago, and hopefully we're up higher than 16 likes, everybody, because we got 38 in the house. We're, everybody's still trickling in, so we're up over the 3 dozen mark now. And the success is harming me. It is. Always glad. I'll tell you what, Tom. I'm always glad to have new people, especially if they drop in the chat and say hello. Just let us know that they're here. That's always nice. Cool. But hopefully, the majority. Typically, this is what happens: is the majority of new people that sign up will watch on rewind, which is good in the sense that as with this channel being centered all around the live experience and me interacting with everybody, I've got as much as I can kind of deal with interacting live with all of you. So it's almost like if I get not too many more who do come in and interact live, it's going to be hard to continue interacting with everyone. I'm gonna have to start skipping a lot of messages, which I'd like to not do. And so suddenly life has new meaning to me. Nice. Good musical content there. Tin Drum, don't get it. The Felix effect, greater than the sticky goose effect. Apparently the sticky goose effect can be positive for people. Mark Fong, what's good? Good to see you. What's happening out there in Singapore? I'm sure you got better weather than I do, that's for sure. Movie about a little boy who doesn't grow. Was that right? Okay. I did not hear about that one. Doesn't sound familiar at all, actually. Seabiscuit was a good movie, actually. Yo, go. JC in the house. JC, otherwise known as Juan Carlos. What is up? What is up? Good evening. Good to see you. And hey, Juan and Mark, jockeys. It's a crazy world. Mike Asbill in the house. First of those affected. Indeed, indeed. Hellos back and forth. Ruben the Collector lights the menorah. I mean, I don't, but in spirit, you know? In spirit, for sure. Thompson in the house. Good evening to you, Thompson. And early. Wow. Not your first time being early. That's very cool. Good to see you, sir. And so do James Conker, Douglas, and the late Dinah Shora. Indeed. Indeed. I was going to say it myself, but knowing that I was behind on the comments, I was like, let me see if somebody followed you up on that, if somebody was getting what you were doing. Apparently not, because you had to follow it up yourself. But anyways, I'm glad you did. Classic, baby, classic. All-time classic. Let me see. Who else? Sonny. Hey, what's up, Sonny? It's funny. Sonny left me a comment today on last week's show, in the comment section of last week's show, just letting me know. You know, it takes me all week basically to get through each of these episodes, but they're always entertaining. So I was like, as long as you're being entertained, I guess that's what counts, you know, whether they take you all week to get through or not. And I appreciate the effort that you make, Sonny, as I told you in my reply. So I appreciate that for sure, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Anybody, whether you watch it all or just watch a few minutes, I appreciate you all for sure. And having the mentality of live and let live seems to make things go okay for all. Live and let live is always a good sort of motto to live by, I think, you know. And we hope you are well. Anything going on in Michigan? Stanley, looking for a new coach, as you know. And that's all I wanted. That's all I've been focused on every day. I'm hoping for a good replacement there. That's about it. Good to see you, Stanley. And let me see. John C. had a worse day than Nobby. Nobby? Who's Nobby? That sounds familiar. Who's Nobby? Nobby is up Schitt's Creek. So everybody knows who's Nobby except for Tom and myself. Nobby from John's the Palooka Joe's strip pages that John's always posting. He's got Nobby on them. Nobby ain't doing too well. That's funny. Thank you, CJ, for the update. We've dropped off half a dozen, though, unfortunately, down to 32. And but at least we're climbing. A couple of dozen on the likes. Please, everybody, if you don't mind, I would appreciate you clicking that thumbs up. That would be very nice and appreciated. Here we go. Let me give you a message here. It's kind of a request to please help grow our hobby, not my channel. Just help grow the hobby in general by clicking the thumbs up icon down here somewhere. And leave a comment when you're done watching if you want to. Our hobby thanks you. The hobby does indeed thank you. The more we all come together to do things like this, as we have been over the last 3 weeks. Last 3 episodes, last 3 Sundays have been really lots of fun. We have had a really great time together, and that's thanks to all of you for coming together and really coming together. Especially, I extra thanks to those of you who, over the last 3 weeks, have stepped out and stepped into my studio, that is, and joined me in here. And we've had a lot of people coming in to join me in the studio for the last few episodes, and that has livened things up verbally, of course, because it's a lot more people talking back and forth And of course, that begets even more action in the live chat from the live chatters there, which again makes the whole show even more entertaining. And yeah, man, that's fantastic. Like I always say, the more the merrier, and the more the people that get involved that way, the more fun I do believe it is. And I think we've all been enjoying ourselves a lot more, especially the last few weeks. So thanks to all of you, the participants and those who can only watch on Rewind as well. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. So let me see. What else do I have for you guys today? Well, a friend of mine is gonna join me. He's gonna kick it off. My buddy Peter, sometimes war guy Ro. What's up, Peter?
Hey, how you doing, Ruben?
I'm doing great, my friend. I'm doing great. I'm doing even better now that I have somebody with me. I got a good friend with me. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. How are you doing?
Doing pretty well. Pretty well.
Good. Are you hitting the snow situation like we are, or is the snow situation hitting you guys, or are you kind of devoid of that so far?
Last week we had some.
Okay.
A couple inches, inch or two.
Oh, yeah, right. Not too bad though. Yeah. How's your temperatures though? Yeah, cold?
Yeah, it's tonight 20s, teens.
Oh. Okay.
So this is Richmond, so yeah. Kind of cold.
Yeah. No, that's I'll give that to you. That's definitely cold. But I always say, I wish I could be just like, I wish winter was okay. Like if it's cold, whatever. Not that I like it, but if it was just cold, but with no precipitation. Like if it could ever get to the point where the sidewalks and streets are clean, so I can still wear shoes, running shoes, not boots, and just deal with the cold, but cold air, but no precipitation, no slush and snow and ice to walk through. And yeah, God, I would love that. I mean, I know I'm just dreaming in Technicolor, obviously, but
what's the weather your way? What's the weather?
Yeah, it's so the temperatures, basically similar to yours, except we've got a ton of snow. It's been snowing a lot. Yeah, so it's just snow everywhere. That just makes it worse. Psychologically depresses me, and because it's like at 1:30 in the afternoon, I need to turn on lights, right? Because in the winter it's usually overcast here. It's very rarely is it not overcast, so the sun can't break through the clouds, and so just with all that cloud coverage, it's kind of like gray outside. And it's just not enough. I mean, it's not like it's black, right? It's not dark in that sense in here, but there's just not enough natural light to where if I'm reading something or writing something, like my eyes get strained, basically, So you got to turn on the lights. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. So.
Or Corey reminds me, it's really bad when you have an igloo.
That but we have the artificial lighting in the igloo anyways because of how it's shaped. We have to usually have light in there anyways, but we like to try to use some natural light coming in depending on where the sun is at any given time. It's just usually, it's usually, like I say, it's overcast. So igloo or no igloo, it's tough, JT Collector, what's good, buddy? Good to see you. Joe Palooka character featured in some of John C's art pages he's been posting. There you go. Gave it away. Yes, those pages are fun. Yeah, indeed. And Shaggy Wong, what's up? Been a while, Shaggy Wong. Good to see you. Hello and good evening to you as well. And let me see. If you like perspiration and knobs, feel free to check it out. Look at that. CJ saying hello to you, Shaggy. Oh, at Original Art. What a great name. Have to join just for the TB12 jersey? Woo! Sorry for the loss, of course. Sorry for the loss, but yes, sir. Got the TB12, baby. What a great name. I can't believe you were the first person on YouTube to name yourself Original Art. Wow. That's pretty awesome. Welcome in. And yeah, I hope you enjoy. A German movie. Which one, Peter? Which is a German movie?
Tin Drum.
Oh, the Tim Drum. Oh, okay, that. So yeah, that's also why I guess I wasn't familiar with it.
It's pretty esoteric. It's kind of
yeah. I don't know much about German cinema. I mean, apart from Das Boot. What else? Oh, that recent one from a couple years back, the Jojo Rabbit. I think that was a German production, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
Yep.
Being a big war fan, Peter, you, I'm assuming, have to have seen Das Boot and are very familiar with it.
Yeah. Oh, I saw it when it first came out. Well, I saw it in the theater.
Oh, in the theater! Wow.
Yeah. Wow. I was in college, and we went to the theater, and it was pretty crazy. I mean, that movie, it's very claustrophobic. It really gives you the sense of it, and it's, you know, the first scene of them where they're partying on shore leave in the bar.
I haven't seen it since the 80s, so I don't remember any of it. Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty crazy, and you know, with German movies, they're pretty graphic. And so you got people really drunk, barfing, staggering around, women everywhere. It's crazy. And then they go on the ship, and it's, you know, almost the entire movie is claustrophobic. And I won't. If anybody watches it, I won't mention the end. Don't want to ruin the end.
And would you say that out of all the movies that primarily take place on a submarine, would that be your favorite, or do you have a favorite?
Well, that's a damn good question.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not that I think that, you know, how many could there possibly be, right? I mean, I remember that one, and then I remember the ones from there was a couple in the late 80s, early 90s, right? What were they called again?
Crimson Tide.
Right. What's that other one? There was one that was
the Jack Ryan movie. Yeah, Red October.
Red October, right.
Yeah.
Right.
The one I like that is pretty good is Run Silent, Run Deep with Clark Gable.
Oh, wow, interesting.
And it also has Don Rickles in it.
Rickles?
In a serious movie.
Wow. That's wild, man. Wow.
Well, he was trained as a serious actor, so.
Oh, okay. Don Rickles, that's crazy. Look at Mickey. What's up, Mickey? Always wartime row. Awesome.
Burt Lancaster too. Burt Lancaster.
Yeah. See, I know. So I've never seen that one. I know it simply as a Burt Lancaster sub movie, and I actually hadn't even heard of it until about 15 years ago. And the way I heard about it is because I was participating in a heritage auction for illustration art, and the painted cover to the paperback novel version of it was up for auction. And I thought, oh, wow, look at that. That's so cool. I love that. And I was like, yes, Run Silent, Run Deep. Oh, I never heard of it. Oh, that looks really cool. I should check out that movie. But I never did. I still never have, you know.
The book is great. Actually, the book is better than the movie.
Yeah.
He did two. Right. Edward Beach wrote it, and he did two sequels. Another one set in World War II, and then the Nautilus. I think the Nautilus, the first submarine that was nuclear powered. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
they're pretty good books.
Yeah,
little old.
Cool. 7 degrees there, -3. Still have a foot on the ground. You wish it would snow? Who begs for snow? Are you crazy, Tom? What the hell's wrong with you? I don't have to make one, Corey. I already made one. The one I live in with the family. Ice solar panels, yeah. I like 1 day snow, 2 days before YX. It snowed here and we had to drive through it. It was a pain in the ass. Exactly. So why are you begging for snow? You're crazy, man. Oh, Mike Snitzer is original art. That's awesome. All right. Holy crap, man. That's awesome. Thank you. See, it's when it's the names change, right? And then it's like, who's who? Everybody, we long time people we know, we think they're brand new, you know. Gets tricky, man. Gets tricky. Snow when you can hunt it now. Not sure why my YouTube account changed. It's not just you, Mike. Check everybody else out. A lot of people have had their names switched. It's something that YouTube did. I don't know exactly what they did, but something they did sort of changed everybody's names. It's weird. Lots of little people and flying hot dogs. Okay. Hey, what's good, Steve? Saying hello to me and to Peter. Awesome. Nice and brisk here, too. Was out a bit. Yes, much sympathy for the victims of awful terror. So sad. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Steve. Good to see you, my friend. And yeah, YouTube did it to everybody. Yeah. Sorry, can't join today. Right away. Cooking dinner. Have a great dinner, Alberto. Good to see you. Scar Jojo, indeed. Yes, that's the Jojo Rabbit. Homemade meatballs tonight. Nice. Nice. Let me see. I'm almost caught up, I think. A movie about a German boot. What's up, Mr. NSN Art? And welcome to the rest of you who continue to trickle in. We are up to almost 4 dozen people now, 43 in the house. Great to see all of you. You're all welcome. Thank you for joining us. You love submarine movies. You like pretty much most movies. It's almost like it's almost like you don't really dislike any movies. It's very rare that I hear you say you dislike the movie. Das Boot. Is that your favorite, Marcus? Are you saying that because it's your favorite? K-19 and Red October. K-19? What's that? Is there a movie called K-19?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, these are the ones we were thinking about. Mobius or Kirby Silver Surfer. That's over here.
Does K-19 have Harrison Ford in it?
Which one?
K-19.
Oh
dear.
I don't know. Corey wants to know, though, Peter, do you prefer planes or boats in your war art?
That's also a good question. I like them equally.
Yeah. It's nice if you can get a little bit of a mix, right?
Yeah.
An aerial battle over the ocean, for instance, right? Then you got best of both worlds, right?
That's pretty sweet for me, yeah.
Yeah. Peter, are you missing Matt Kennedy? Stanley wants to know. Stanley is what he's perfectly named because are you aware of how people refer to like ass kissers as stans? Like when you really love somebody, you're called, they call you a stan. It's based on an Eminem song, okay, of a very what do you call it? A fan of Eminem. Who's just, gets carried away. He's way too much of a fan. So they call him a Stan, right? His name was Stan, the fan. And so Stanley, his name is Stan. So he's a Matt Stan. Stanley's a Matt Stan. And so he loves it when Matt starts going off on his tirades and giving his points because he's so well spoken, right? And he presents his points so well compared to most of us that, like a lot of people who, when they hear somebody who's really well spoken in debates, they often tend to automatically think that that person is the winner of the debate simply because of how well they present their opinions, and they don't pause, they don't stutter like most people do to a degree, right? So he loves when Matt goes off on us, right? But like you last week and like myself in previous episodes, like I would say to Matt, God love him, I love him, but just because you are, even if you are the best speaker and you make your points the clearest of anybody else, doesn't automatically mean that what you're saying is true or correct. And pointing that out there for you, Stanley, because as Peter was saying last week, I would love to reiterate that you can wish for it to be happening as much as you want to, but just because the Louvre in Paris not that they're doing this, but let's say hypothetically they were going to do this. If they suddenly decided, you know what, we're removing all our paintings off the walls, except for we'll leave the Mona Lisa up there, and we're going to surround the Mona Lisa and every other wall with Marvel and DC superhero comic book art. Guess what, Stanley? That comic book art is no more fine art on that day or any day after than it is today. It still is nothing more than comic book illustration being shown off at the Louvre, a fine art museum. Right, Peter?
I'm almost worried that Matt's going to come in and we're going to resurrect this topic.
Are you listening so we can jump in again and fight us? Okay. Like I say, you know.
Oh, I did. I wanted to say that I did get the book that Felix talked about, the art.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, you already got it. Interesting. Here, let me hold it up again. I'm gonna put you on a bigger screen just so I can. Yeah. So the art prophets, the artists, dealers, and tastemakers who shook the art world. Okay. Have you begun reading it yet?
Yeah, I've read some of it. I perused the forward and the comic book section. A lot of it is, it's about those people, not necessarily the artists, who promote art and sort of are the leaders of, hey, this is art worth looking at and art worth buying. And the comic book part is Stan Lee talking about the beginning of Marvel and the Silver Age, and then it goes into Crumb and Spiegelman.
Oh, okay.
And then how they got their first gallery showings.
And so far, so you finished the entire chapter of the comic book?
I looked at it and I skimmed it.
Oh, skimmed it. Okay.
Yeah.
You're still planning on reading the whole book, like front to back?
I'm going to look through it. I don't know if I'll read it front and back.
Okay.
But he's talking about those folks that, like, collectors or art dealers or museum people, sometimes artists who bring something to prominence, a particular art form. Yeah. Okay. Just on the record, I don't see the word fine art in the book. So
that could get you kicked off the Submarine. That's funny. Hunter Killer. Man, these guys know a lot more submarine movies than I ever thought existed. Wow. Tom mentioned he mentioned Ice Station Zebra, which I've heard of but also haven't seen. Is that a sub movie?
Yep, that's a sub movie. It's a Cold War sub movie.
Okay, and Rare Birds. John says Rare Birds is a submarine movie.
I don't know that one.
With John, you never know. He's such a jokester. You never know if he's being serious or not, though. You know.
The Kelsey Grammer down Periscope comedy is a remake of Operation Petticoat with Cary Grant and Tony Curtis. Okay. Both funny.
And welcome to Michael Patrick Sullivan, who tells us that you can change your handle name in the account settings to make yourself recognizable again. So there you go, guys. I guess you probably have to click that gear icon and go somewhere through there and put the name back to whatever you want it to be. And speaking of Michael Patrick Sullivan, I guess this is a great segue. Hopefully you're still here, Michael. I wanted to say a quick shout out to my new subscribers. Michael Patrick Sullivan, who is the newest one whose name I could see. And then there's a whole bunch of others, all of you who showed up as anonymous. So I can't shout you out, but welcome to you nonetheless. And you know what? So I don't want to forget, before we continue our little chat about the book and movies, specifically submarine movies, let me do a couple of promos for a couple of friends. Carl, who is not here as far as I know, Carl Sodergren. He did a Transformers number 27 review and recap. And this week, about, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. And so for anybody interested in listening to that, I just want to say, Carl, if you ever see this, I am caught up. I read 26 and 27, I don't know, yesterday or the day before. Well, I got to say, as a sort of, mid-type Transformers fans, I don't know, I almost feel like it's time for me to stop. It's not sort of getting any better. My ability to recognize and remember who the Transformers are, too many characters. Yeah, it's not getting any better. So it's always making it very difficult for me to sort of really get into it. Nice art though, nice art. So there is that. Okay, and then let me do, I think, yes, there's one for Lee. So Lee Parmenter, I don't think he's here yet. Of course, I'm behind on comments, so I'm not sure. But Lee did a video, brief as always, and it's a couple of fun and creepy heritage wins, is what he called it. So please check that out. I'll pop the direct link to that right here. So that was fun. So some good bargains he got there. So yeah, check that out. And last but certainly not least, I want to mention that Nick B, the Baruch himself, he has definitely decided that this coming Friday on the EXP, he's going to be doing a Colleen Doran commission show. So, for those of you who don't know, I might as well pop in the link right away. Here's the direct link to that show. And then at the same time, for those of you who are not familiar with Nick Barucci, and he's here, he has a show on his channel, The Original Art Experience. Well, actually, no, it's the EXP, the experience, but most of his content is comic book related because, of course, he is the publisher of Dynamite Comics. But every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, he does an original art focused show where you can claim art. And it's like a chat show / claim show. And so this coming week, here we go. Colleen Doran takes commissions live. So if you guys tune in this coming Friday, Colleen will be there live, and she'll be taking commissions from anybody who wants to get a commission from her. I do not know if there's any limits. So in terms of how many she'll be taking, I have not been told. So I guess tune in this Friday and check it out. Should be a fun show. So there we go. And that's the usual time, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. All right. Oh, one other thing to let you guys all know. Let me make us big here. So January 4th. Okay, so it'll be the first Sunday of the year. The first show on my channel for January. Over the last couple of years, it has been the quote unquote all-star collector show, meaning that usually is the show wherein I invite everybody who did a collector show and tell episode with me in the previous year to come on and present one piece of art. Typically, your favorite, I guess, whatever one you want to talk about for a few minutes. And so it's like the best of 2025 this year, I guess you would call it. In previous years, best of 2024, 2023, so on and so forth. But as you guys know, in 2025, I have not been able to do that many collector show and tell episodes. I actually only did 10, believe it or not. So I only did 10 show and tells for collectors in 2025. If you're wondering how does that compare to previous years, typically it's somewhere between, I guess, 20 and 25 or so, somewhere in there. Excuse me. And so I figured this year, since having only 10 collectors come back, it wouldn't be enough to do a full-length episode. I've decided I'm still going to do a similar show, right? And I'm going to do it with Mike Dellery, Mr. NSN.com, NSN Art himself, and Mr. Not So Nice. That's what it stands for those of you wondering. So he'll be riding shotgun with me for that. And so it's essentially going to be the same, but rather than make it only limited to inviting people who did show and tell episodes in 2025, I decided I'm going to put it out there for everybody. So there's two differences from the previous years. The first one is that I'm opening it up, right? So I'll open it up to anybody who wants to drop in January 4th, right? For that episode, it's let's call it the All-Star Collector All-Stars. All right. Anybody who wants to come in and present one piece. All right. So that's it. Not two pieces. not two, one. Okay. I don't care. I don't want to hear I couldn't make up my mind, so I brought two. No, you show one. And that's it. Okay. And so I'd like to get about 20 people. And I'm putting the call out there now. Officially, this is my first call. All right. And I guess over the next few episodes, I'll call out, and we'll see how many of you respond. So what I'm asking of you is to email me. Okay. If you want to participate, I'd like to get about 20, right? If it's a little bit fewer, that's fine. We'll still do a show. I'd like to limit it to 20, but listen, if 3 or 4 extra decide to do it, the more the merrier. We'll squeeze everybody in. So please email me here if you'd like to participate. Again, this is January 4th. So the first Sunday of the year. All right. And all you got to do is email me there. Let me know you're in. But don't just email me to tell me I'm in. Let me know. Okay, you may not have. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that you might want to take some time to think about what piece you might want to showcase, right? So that's fine. But if you can, try to have already picked your piece you want to present by the time you email me, so I don't have to get just I'll be in, and then I have to get another email. Okay, this is my piece. I just want to cut down on emails as much as possible, but. Yeah, so there you go. January 4th, everybody, the Collector All-Stars, open to all of you, anybody who wants to tune in. And the way, so that's the one, that's the first difference, is that it's not just limited to people who did Collector Show and Tell episodes with me in 2025, right? It's open to everybody. That's the first difference. The second of two differences is that Mike and I, my wonderful co-host to be, we've decided that unlike previous years, where it's been a real lot of work and it's been a bit of a bear for me to, spend over 100 emails with everybody, going back and forth, coordinating, when everybody's going to present. I know it sounds like it might be crazy to try this, but he and I both discussed it. And we want to try this. We'll see how it goes. If it's a bust, then it's a bust. It's not the first time we've, that I've taken a gamble, taken a risk with some kind of episodic content. So what we're going to do is I just want basically everybody, you let me know if you want to participate and you want to showcase one piece. You'll come in when you come in. Rather than me ask you what time what point in the show, like first hour, second hour, third hour ish, which is what I do most of the time. We've decided we're just going to do first come, first served. Okay. So everybody comes in when you come in, and we'll have the link to the studio in. I believe it's only 6 people at a time that can get into the studio. But if you try getting in, and you can't, just let us know in the chat that can't get in, right? Write a quick little note, can't get in. Mike will be helping me with the look at the chat, looking for messages to make sure that everybody who said that, they were going to participate is here, that they've arrived. And we'll basically just take everybody on a first come, first serve basis. And every time somebody leaves, the studio, whoever's presenting leaves, then at that point, the next person will bring into the studio. Then, we'll tell the next person in the chat who came in first, yeah, okay, you can go in, jump in, click the link, go into the studio, So we'll see how it all works out, but that's how we kind of want to do it. For the few of you, don't hesitate if you think that on January 4th, if you think that, you're not going to be able to stick around, come in anyways. And if you know that you have to go, all right, let us know in the chat. That's what we've done every other year. There's always a handful of people who can't really stay. They're kind of in a hurry. If that happens to you, just let us know in the chat, and we will, we'll skip the line for you, just to squeeze you in. Okay, it's always worked out before, and so I'm sure we can make it work again. Okay, so again, please, if you want to participate to the Collector All-Star Show and Tell on January 4th, just email me here, RubenTheCollector@gmail.com, and let me know that you're definitely in. And that's it. We'll try to get something going. I'll see you next week. I'll let you know how many people have emailed me and told me that they're in. Okay. And that's it. So I did Nikki B. That's that for that. And all right. I'm never gonna catch up here, so I'm gonna skip a bunch of comments. Sorry, everybody. But I had to see this one. My fiance watched the first show with Matt 2-3 weeks ago, and she asked, "Who is that Matt guy? He sounds mean." He's the nicest guy. He's not mean. Listen, he's a well-spoken, very intelligent man, and he has the courage of his convictions to speak his mind, which really is what I always say. That's as long as you're not bullshitting. That's what I always ask of all of you. That's all I've ever asked is if you believe what you're saying, just tell the truth. If that's what you believe, say what you believe. That's great. So it makes for a really good discussion, and makes for good viewing as well, good listening. So I think it's fantastic. Yeah, Matt's great. I'm always happy to have Matt sound off. To be honest, Alberto, I just need more people to do what I do. Is when he says something that I think is really way off base, I call him out. And Peter decided like he was going to do that too, because he also thought last week, just like I have done in the past, that no, like Peter knew what I was saying earlier. Like again, if you believe comic art is comic art and it's not fine art, then just showing it, and that's just because it's shown in a fine art museum doesn't suddenly automatically make it fine art, right? You should speak up, and that's it, Alberto. If you're watching, you got to speak up. I know, we all have different personalities. Some of us are more intimidated, when somebody speaks really well, and you feel like, I can't jump in there, he's going to overpower me or whatever. That's what debating's about, but it's okay. Just always remember, just because you're the best speaker perhaps doesn't make you right all the time, right? Just remember that. And that's how we have great conversations. So, she only watches when you're on. So she wants to see the twinkle in your eye. Okay. All right, so let me skip. What else we got? You guys are talking a lot about Alberto's meatballs, meaty, beady, big and bouncy. Look at that Who album. Yeah, that's a great album. Great album, indeed, CJ. I knew I could count on you for that one. A Distant Dynamite. Nick B. Show, well worth checking out, indeed.
Oil.
She'll be on with Spencer. I hope not. There's talk about an overpowering guy. Hopefully she's by herself. No offense, Spencer, but it'd be nice if she's there to take commissions. It'd be nice if she just took him on her own so people could talk to her. But who knows? Maybe he will be there. I don't know. Good day, David. Good day. David, my apologies. I know you weren't here earlier. Wanted to wish you all the best and send my sympathies to everybody in Australia and especially Sydney. I know you're not in Sydney, but everybody there over what happened today. Horrible, horrible, horrible stuff. So there you go, saying hello to Peter. But thank you for dropping in, my friend. I appreciate that. And let me see. Let's see. Tom is saying that someone just beat on my door, rang the bell, and drove away, left a gift basket on my porch. LOL. What the fuck? Really? Okay. I guess hopefully you'll let us know what's going on there. And apparently it's a shock to him. This happened to anyone here?
I'd rather them leave a gift basket than something else.
Yeah, hopefully it's not something else. Omaha Steaks the other day. Really? That's some weird stuff happening. There's Lee. There's Lee. Okay, so maybe you came on while I was. Maybe you're already here while I was doing my promos. Okay. Let me see. Hi, Kenneth. Good to see you, my friend. Lovely to have you this evening. And I've done enough free appearances for Ruben now. In 2026, I am charging per appearance. Nice, nice. And I pay you with thanks, as I always have. I'm very rich in that sense. And I'm very, very generous in terms of how much thanks I give everyone. It can be comic art or fine art. Very true, Mike. Thank you for reminding them. Whatever kind of art you want, I suppose. Sign me up for 2028. Yeah, the way you're going, it's never going to be even then until 2028. Even then. All the glitters is gold. All the shooting stars break the mold. There you go. The All-Stars, baby. So, okay. Let's see. Hey, Peter. Okay. Does my Pratt commission qualify as fine art? That's probably the closest comic art gets to fine art. Certainly. Still illustration, but it's as close as you can get to fine art. But he's asking you, Peter, so by all means, you feel free to give your opinion.
I laughed at it. It's funny.
We should go live from Alberto's house next week. Oh, go live. When there's a chance, you should actually, Marcus. All of you there together, that'd be awesome. Chance that Marcus and I might have a surprise for you if you do a show next Sunday. Well, why shouldn't I do a show next Sunday? The problem is that sadly for you guys, it ain't gonna work out. The timing does not work because next Sunday, my man Cesar Alvarez and I are once again doing our what has become the traditional comic art unboxing. And this year, given that Christmas falls on the 12th month of the year, it so happens that this is the 12th comic art unboxing episode. And so that's what we'll be doing next week. The first advance episode that I've scheduled in probably 2 or 3 months, which I just did like a few hours ago. So yeah, that'll be next week. So please remember to come back and join us to see what goodies Caesar will be unboxing next week. That'll be a lot of fun as always. All right.
I did want to say Pratt is probably the best example of someone who straddles who has feet in both camps, the comic art production camp and then the fine art camp.
There you go.
Because he is a painter.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's like he's one of those guys like that straddles the fine line between the fine arts, you know, and illustration. You
and
know,
he's teaching. He's also teaching at Ringling. So.
Right. Exactly. Well, sorry guys, but we're already set. So I'm sorry to hear that you guys are having some apparent shindig at Alberto's house, and with Derek and Brian and Ian. I don't know what's happening next week in Northern California that is prompting everybody to show up at Alberto's house. What the hell is going on there? Don't know. But you know, we'll see. If you're all together, maybe I'll see if I'll let you guys all pop in and join me as we watch Caesar do his unboxings. We'll see. So let me see. Wow, it's terrible. 49. Well, it's gone down by 7. We're at 42 now. Only 31. Come on, everybody. If you've popped in and you're watching, even whether it's silently or if you're commenting in the chat, just do me the favor. Don't need to subscribe, but just hit the thumbs up icon right here below somewhere. That's just the like button. Doesn't give me anything other than encouragement. I'd appreciate it. Very cool. Berto doesn't know what he's missing. Ruben will bring his finest grommet. I told her to be ready to meet him at OAX. Matt's not mean. He just says what he means. That's right, Rick. That's exactly right. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not happening. Alberto, your fiance is mingling this year. Only Thursday night, sending her home Friday morning. You guys realize that it's not Christmas next week, though, right? Like, I don't know what's happening there in Northern Cali. That's kind of weird. So love how dedicated, rude. That does not make grammatical sense, Mike, so I'm not getting what that means. Earl Lander, good day, good evening, more like it. Good evening to you, sir. And damn night, Corey, okay. Let's see, you're all talking to each other. Good. David, thank you. Really can't express the sadness the community is going through at this tragic time. No, I can only imagine. It's shocking. I saw the video footage of a guy blasting off with a gun that looks longer than like my wingspan. It was so crazy. This long rifle-like thing is so crazy. And I saw this hero, a hero that doesn't wear a cape, snuck up from behind on one of the two guys and just bear hugged him from behind and ripped the gun away from him, saving who knows how many more lives would have died if he hadn't done that. So yeah, that was crazy to see. Incredible. Crazy that Caesar finally opens his art wins. Yeah, but not as many as most years, though. Not as many as most years. It's fewer than the last couple of years, though. Santa Shemp, exactly. Yay, Caesar's unboxings are the best. Excellent. Happy, Stanley. Come on, Alberto can pop in for a few minutes. Well, again, it's Caesar's show, so it depends what are those guys doing? What is the point of everybody being at the house? You know? I only could not open my package all year. Respond to my recommendation. Okay. By the way, I haven't heard anything popping in my January 4th show except for one time that Mickey. Thank you, Mickey, by the way. And I know Peter will. So I got Peter and Mickey. What the hell are the rest of you guys? Come on, man. Maybe you're waiting for the show to end and then you'll email me, right? I hope so. Somehow I have a feeling I'm going to have to be emailing a bunch of people to invite you personally, you know? I want people to unsubscribe. Now he's refusing guests. Saying what he means. All right, excellent. Finally caught up. I love it. Wow, only took an hour and 10 minutes. That's awesome. Quick reminder, everybody, if you would like to hang around with me and Peter and you want to get something going, the link to the chat, sorry, not the chat, the link to the studio is right down below inside the description of this video. And we have Steve Musolino. What's up, Steve? Now, Steve's a guy who is a mutual friend. Never met Steve, but he's a mutual friend of a good friend of mine named Eric Belanger. Eric and I also did one of the many friends who I've done a collector show and tell with over the years. And Steve, I've been meaning to reach out, and I tried this past week, and I couldn't find you because I've seen you over the years on CAF, right? And I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure his name was under Steve M, and I couldn't find it. And then I looked under Musolino, I couldn't find that. And then I was just speaking with Eric earlier today, FYI, and he told me that what you're under, and I think you're under Steve .M or something like that. Anyways, that no doubt pushes you further or out of order. Anyways, not that the CAF system keeps everybody in alphabetical order. Anyways, it's really all screwed up. But I try to reach out to you so I can invite you, but I'll keep looking for you. But you should let me know now that you're here. You should let me know if you want to do a show and tell. Eric said that you might have interest. And but if you wanted to start off your first appearance, make your first Ruben the Collector channel appearance, and usually I prefer people do show and tells before they do anything else. But honestly, I don't care that much anymore. It's the more the merrier. And excellent, look at that, baby! Woo! All right, you know what, Steve? Do me a favor, and let me do this again. You email me so I don't have to go looking for you again in case I can't find you. Here we go. Email me. It's the channel name, Ruben the Collector, and I use Gmail. So email me there. And let me know what Sunday you think you'd be available. And you've seen how it works, so I don't have to really explain it to you. Just bear in mind that try to pick a Sunday that you feel you can get free for, like, let's call it 4 hours, and hope it's closer to 3.5 or something like that. But reach out to me there. This way we can discuss the scheduling, and I'll hit you back after you email me. All right. Okay. So let me see. Only Submarine movie talk so far. That's true, Ian. You didn't miss much. What's up, Ian? Good to see you. U571. Oh, that was another one. Yeah, we talked about Das Boot. Yeah. That was the first one I mentioned, actually. Indeed. January 4th of 26. Yes, indeed. That's correct. That is correct, sir. Das Boot kicked it off. Crimson Tide. Okay. Yes. We've mentioned those. So yeah, Steve, I don't know. It's up to you, but you're very welcome to pop in with me and Peter, because I got to tell you, the thing about suggesting topics on shows like this, on the Hangout episodes, it's always so much better if, like, the person who came up with the idea, if they kind of come on and put out the topic idea forth. I don't know if you're prepared or if you would need a few minutes to get prepared, but if you'd like to pop in, and even if you don't want to hang out, like, even if you just wanted to come in and just kind of explain the idea you had last week, and I'm referring to the thing that you brought up about the trading, right? And I wanted to kind of ask you something in return, which is why it's best to pop in live, because I wasn't sure about the specific question, and I kind of wanted to ask you about that. So I'm not sure if you want to pop in now and talk about that, but if you did, that'd be awesome, because I would be happy to tackle that conversation, but without really knowing specifically what you were asking. I mean, I can't just do it by myself, so let me know. Yeah, these guys won't let it go. Yeah, we mentioned that one too.
There's another one I forgot to mention, Enemy Below with Robert Mitchum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's about a destroyer and a sub, a German sub and a American destroyer during World War II.
Okay.
And then there's the Bedford incident, which
But hold on, because a bunch of these that everybody's talked about, I haven't even seen myself. I was specifically asking when I refer to like a submarine movie, I mean literally one where like 90% of the movie is spent within the confines of the sub. Like that's what I mean. Not one where it's like, oh, half on land, half in the sub, back and forth. I mean, like, the majority of it,
Yeah, there aren't that many.
Yeah.
There's like a handful, maybe 10. Something like that.
Yeah. See, you see, because when you don't specify what I just specified, you get people like Michael saying Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan is essentially a submarine. That's awesome. And let's see, because even Marcus brought that up. He's the one who brought it up in the first place. That's hilarious. Any Perkins projects coming? Just the one he's working on, Stanley. Just the one he's working on. The Batman Second Night, which I believe second issue is coming out, I believe, this Wednesday. And let's see. What's up, Derek? Why is no one talking about the Batman movie? What Batman movie? Pete and Gwyn stole a sub. Okay. Yeah, that's a sub. That makes it a sub movie. That makes it that even makes it more of a sub movie than putting comic art in the Louvre makes comic art fine art. We're really getting into it now, huh? Matt, where are you? Firefox has a sub. Yeah, it's not about having a sub. A lot of movies have subs. Talking about spending most of the movie in the sub. Yeah, we talked about that one. 10,000 Leagues Beneath the Sea. Did it take place within the sub, though?
Most of it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's a good... I never thought of that one. That's a good one.
Isn't that official title 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?
Yeah, Under the Sea. Jules Verne.
Under the Sea, because it's Jules Verne, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A new comic out there called Survive about a submarine. Interesting. Okay. Thanks.
I've read the book, actually, the Jules Verne book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny thing is I prefer the movie.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, from time to time that happens, though. From time to time
Sometimes.
Exceptions. Yeah, there's always an exception. Not most of the time, for sure.
Or if you didn't like the book and the movie's pretty good.
Well, there you go. That's what happens. Although oftentimes, even if you didn't like the book, then you really didn't like the movie.
Usually.
You know what I mean? Like you think it's even worse than you know what I mean? Yeah. I thought you meant Supergirl. Yeah, I got to tell you guys, Supergirl, as far as Supergirl goes, and, Mickey is obviously listening. Mickey, what do you think, Mickey? Honestly, the more I hear about it, the more I keep seeing things pop in front of me, the more I'm getting upset. Like, the more I'm really disliking, like, yeah, I just can't imagine that I'm going to end up liking it. I don't know. I'm just getting more and more negative vibes from it, and it all starts with the actress. You guys know, I told you, she's got that punchable face. That Mean Girls look, like you just want to smack her face. Like, I don't like her. I don't like the actress at all. And even though I enjoyed that miniseries upon which the movie was going to be based, I don't really, like you don't get many chances to do live action movies of superheroes of the same character, so I really hate that they're honestly wasting their one potential opportunity adapting that miniseries. Like, it's too different from who Supergirl usually is. So, yeah, I just wish they would stick to the formula, that happy-go-lucky, normal Supergirl. Yeah, I don't know. Heligan Lee, you mean you don't like Supergirl as trailer trash? Even I wouldn't have gone that far, Lee. Wow. I've never seen so many people get pissed off about color grading in a movie. Color grading? What are you talking about there, Michael? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not even sure what movie you're talking about. Color grading movie. What was the name of the sub in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? Oh, the Nautilus, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the Nautilus.
Yeah. Why are you asking me that, Tom? Come on. I loved her in House of the Dragon. Oh, okay. But do you love her so far as Supergirl? That's what I want to know. You know, don't get negative. Supergirl will be amazing. I'm just being realistic. I don't know. It's just the vibes. It's not, I want it to be good. It's just the vibes I'm getting are getting more and more negative. I'm just feeling more negative. Ruben is already fan casting Supergirl. He's not even going to be in it. He's not going to be in it. I know it will be amazing. Guardians of the Galaxy Part 4. You think anything Guardians of the Galaxy is going to be amazing, though, Ian. So that's not really saying much, you know? You're the eternal optimist when it comes to the Guardians. Yeah. I don't know. Isn't it getting a little long in the tooth? You know, 3 of them. Most people didn't really like the second and third one. Ruben, have you read the Bilquis Evely Supergirl comic? I haven't. Do you recommend it? Do you recommend it, Marcus? I have a feeling you will. But see, I can't trust the recommendation because I know that when you like the art, it might cloud your judgment on the story. You know, you enjoy the art because it certainly does for me sometimes. When I really enjoyed the art, sometimes I think the story was better than it really was, but it's really just because I really enjoyed the artwork. You know, and then upon further review down the road, I check it out again and I'm like, oh, okay, it's not as good as I remember. It's just that I really enjoyed the art, you know. But I could try it. We talked about it last time, as you know. I read a few issues of All-Star Western yesterday and today. That's what I decided. I was in the mood to read a Western. So I decided to try that. It's okay so far. Nowhere near as good as the Jonah Hex series that preceded it. That's for sure. Like I said, those single issue and 2 issue stories, I love those. And the reason when it ended and it got canceled, the reason I didn't move on to All-Star Western is specifically because the only reason they stopped Jonah Hex and restarted it as All-Star Western is because they wanted to go back to the usual 6-issue storylines for the trade paperback, whatever format, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, no, I love single issue stories, 2-issue stories. Yeah, so I don't know. So far it's okay. I'm on issue. I read issue 0 and then I read issue 1 and 2 of the first storyline. It's okay. They're doing a ripoff of Jack the Ripper. You know, do you really need to do that? It's been done a million times, whatever. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that. And did I read Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one it's based on. That's the one it's based on. I enjoyed it, JT. I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it, you know, and that's what it's based on. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It might be okay. It might still be okay. I have hope because the story of that was okay. I'm just saying, you don't get a chance. It's not like a comic book where you do 6-issue story and then the editors can change it on the fly and do another 6-issue story. Like if the feedback on the first issue, first few issues is coming in and it's negative, right? Because maybe they went in a different direction. The editors can change the direction and go in the direction that the readers want. And next thing you know, you got another 6-issue storyline. You can change it like that in comics. But movies, you get one chance sometimes. One chance. Because it's all based on, you know, these things cost hundreds of millions. And you got to make a profit. And if it doesn't make a profit on that first chance, there's a good chance you're not going to get a second shot at a kick at the can, you know? That's why I'm saying with movies, I think it's way too risky to start off like the first revival of Supergirl doing a story like that, which is so out of the ordinary for Supergirl. I think they're doing a good job of adapting the miniseries. All right.
I wonder what Derek thinks, what his thoughts are.
Maybe he'll say it.
He's a dyed-in-the-wool DC reader.
Yeah. Let's see. Trying to connect to his old works and make a major turn. We'll see, Ian. Do you love her madly? Do you love her madly? I actually like Millie. At least she can act unlike Gal Gadot. Okay. I don't really. I've mentioned it already. I never really cared for Gal Gadot, anyways. But then again, more than that, I really don't care for what I refer to as Roman gladiator Wonder Woman. To me, that's not Wonder Woman. It's a Roman gladiator woman. So I'm kind of tired of that. I wish they would, I wish they would bring classic Wonder Woman costume in, just traditional looking. I don't keep saying that, Marcus. That's just one series, Supergirl, but that's not Supergirl. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the scary part. It's not traditional Supergirl. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Guardians Christmas special is even better. Let me see. It may not be the movie from you, but I am hopefully optimistic. Yeah, I know. I will see. Listen, Mickey, since I read it, I am very curious, right? So I still am going to watch it. I'm definitely still going to watch it because I did read and enjoy the miniseries. So just out of curiosity to see, how it compares to the miniseries, how they change it, what changes they make, what they keep, So yeah. So I'm still very curious.
I'm watching the comments as they come in, and some of them are just
all right. Let me try to speed it up and I'll catch up. Hold on. Read the book. You will love it. I did read the book. What book? What book, Stanley? I love Nick Klein, and Infernal Hulk so far sucks. Yeah. It happens, Corey. What can I tell you? It happens. Sometimes you can recognize immediately that the story sucked. Yeah. So sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think they've gone way off the rails with the Hulk. With the character as a whole, like with this whole horror vibe thing, whatever, all these different versions of Hulk. Not the Hulk anymore. It's the Supergirl they want on screen. Apparently so. Not your mother's Supergirl, that's for sure. I even got Bilkis to say hi to Ruben. Oh, and on video. And by the way, Marcus, I don't know if I told you. I think I told you, just in case I forgot. I did again spend over an hour trying to. I saved the video, and then I tried uploading it here, and it didn't work because StreamYard only accepts MP3 and 4s, I guess, for video MP4. And because your video is saved as whatever your phone, whatever that forget the extension that your phone saves them as. It didn't work. But I spent over an hour trying to use this online software to convert it, and I couldn't get it to work. I just couldn't get it to work. Otherwise, I would have shown it. Very cute. Like the miniseries. I think Tom King is a decent writer. Yeah,
he says it was in an Apple format.
It's the I believe that was the Apple format. Yeah, exactly. I've been so on Tom King, the Tom King things that I've read, but again. I would say the Supergirl was my favorite of the maybe 3 things I've read of his.
I like the Jon Carter movie. That was a pretty good movie.
Was it good? Yeah.
Didn't do well in the box office, but I liked it.
Here's a secret, Marcus. I've not even ever seen that one yet. Never saw the Helen Slater 1984 version of Supergirl.
I haven't seen it either.
Because I knew it would suck.
Right.
I could tell it would suck, so I'm not watching that crap, But I told you guys this already in a previous episode. I said one day I probably will check it out. I just got to remember. I always forget, but I'll check it out at some point just to see how it was, to see how bad. Because at least after 40 years, my expectations are low. So even if it is shit, it may not actually disappoint me. It may just who knows? It might be slightly better than I expected, you know, and that makes me feel like, oh, that's pretty good, you know, a good 90 minutes still well spent, you know. Not enough Maxima for Derek. No, that's right. So it doesn't look or feel kid friendly, much more adult only. Yeah. Yeah, if it is, that's going to be dangerous, yeah, for the box office. And Derek says, I haven't watched the comic movie since 2022. Really? Don't see that changing anytime soon. Wow.
Well, what put him off comic book movies, I wonder.
Which one did you win, Derek? Trailer probably could have used more logo.
Derek should come on in. Talk to us.
Yeah, come and talk to us. Jump on in.
Pressure on you, Derek.
That's okay. I always tell them, I tell you guys all the time, there's no pressure, but if you want to jump in, jump in. It's got to be better than the first. See, even Mickey's out, Marcus, on that Helen Slater movie. Helen Slater better than Helen Reddy. Ruben likes Gladiator movies. I like the first Gladiator with what's his face again? What's his name?
That's an Airplane reference.
Huh?
That's a reference to the Airplane movie.
Which
the
one?
Comedy. The Airplane comedy.
What's a reference to it?
The Marcus's comment is a reference to the movie Airplane.
It is?
Yeah, where Peter Graves is in the cockpit and he's showing the little kid.
The little kid, yeah.
And then he says, "Do you like gladiator movies?"
Oh, is that what he asked? Okay. You guys are so good with your remembering these lines. Logo going to be the thing that comic fans will be the most excited for. Yeah. Sounds good. Appreciate it, Steve. Sounds good. And I'll get back to you sometime after the show tonight. And Mickey said that about Black Widow movie. That's another one I haven't watched and I'm not going to watch.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Airplane? Have you ever seen Airplane?
I did, but not since I was a kid. So okay. Yeah, it's
a long time ago.
Yeah, it's too long to really remember any details, you know. Let me see. Alberto eating his meatballs right now. You know which Airplane movies I used to love, Peter? Ever since childhood. It's a childhood thing. The airport movies. You know, Airport 77. Yeah, you know. The first one obviously was the best, and then it got crazier and crazier with the suspension of disbelief on the second and third one, and like out of this world, like crazy. You can't even suspend your disbelief. It's so nutty. But I remember that first one, you know.
The first one was damn good. It was based on the book,
which I haven't read.
Which I haven't read either, but it was really good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
And
I've seen it a few times too.
Dean Martin.
yeah, they had a lot of big stars of that era, you know. Yeah,
Dean Martin as a pilot, surprisingly not drunk.
Surprisingly not drunk. Corey says he agrees with you. He liked Jon Carter. Yeah. And oh, look at that. Derek also. The movie was good. Agreed. Interesting. Wow. I would swear that when it came out, everybody was shitting on it as a terrible movie, no?
They did. I thought it was good.
A whole bunch of you guys are saying it's good, though. That's really interesting. Comic fans seem to think it's good. So that's very interesting. Mickey said that Supergirl 84 had a terrible plot. I mean, I expect that to be the case, Mickey, you know. I don't know. I'll still check it out. If nothing else, then just to see how she acted, you know, how she looked really as the character. Last movie you were excited for? Gosh, that's a tough one, man. I mean, I don't see like newer movies very often, so it's tough for me to. I'd have to think about that, Ian. Movies often disappoint, Ian, so I don't. I know this, so therefore I don't tend to get excited, and I try to quell my, you know, pre-movie excitement to begin with, just so that if they're disappointing, at least I'm not feeling that disappointed, you know. Mr. Merkel, yeah, pretty good. I didn't think it was awesome, but pretty good. It's different. He's a different kind of writer. His writing style is very different, I must say. She looked good as Supergirl, but that was it. Okay, gotcha. We know where you stand on that one, Mickey. Russell Crowe. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, the Gladiator. I remember seeing the first one. I never saw that second one. The sequel to Gladiator. Excuse me. Look at that. Another guy. Tom felt it was a great. John Carter felt it was a great family movie. Wasn't heavy or over the top. That's interesting. Mickey also liked the John Carter movie. Wow.
Yeah. Go see it.
I did. I was a kid though, but I did. It's me, Bill Cox. Every week Caesar changes his name. You know, soon he's gonna find out that that YouTube has a maximum amount of times you can change your name, and whatever after you hit your limit, you can never change it back. He's gonna find out the hard way. That's funny. Yeah, Tom King gets to the true core of characters. Ruben's last movie he got excited for was Harrison Ford in Blade Runner. I don't know about that. Ruben loves Strange Brew. I never saw that. Wait, what was that again? Strange Brew? Am I confusing that? Is that like an early 80s?
Yeah, it's about two brothers who have a show. It's a comedy who have a
the Canadian one.
Canadian, yeah.
Canadian. Oh, the Bob and Doug McKenzie thing. Yeah. Oh, I loved it. Yeah. Never saw it and don't intend to. Yes, I did. I did see it. And yes, surely I am serious. Speaking of the movie.
I'm sure that movie, Strange Brew, all copies were burned in Canada.
I would hope so. That would be nice to hear if that was true. I would love it. DJ in the house. John Carter was just thrown under the bus by the change in leadership at Disney. You mean the new leadership at Disney is saying that they don't want to do John Carter movies anymore? Is that what you mean? Yes, that's what you mean. Because it did get bad press, so I'm assuming that probably meant it probably also lost money or made very bad box office.
I think he's just saying that the original sponsor or people that were in favor of the movie, they left, and the new leadership team came in, and they didn't want that wasn't their kind of project or movie.
Oh, because the leadership at the time didn't care for that type of thing, so they just.
I think that's what he's saying.
I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, thanks for that, DJ. Interesting that all you guys so far like it though. So that's pretty cool. I'm breaking my streak of 5 to 10 hosts. People on screen. That's okay. That's all right. I mean, hey, I broke the a couple weeks back there. We had 10 at one time, and that's the maximum that the software even allows me to have on screen at any given time. So we hit the max. So that's pretty awesome. We can never get better than that. I'll never be able to break that. So we can only tie it. Stanley, you should pop in, and you can start a trend if you want. John Carter was going to be a trilogy. Wow, it was planned as a trilogy. Wow. Hey, John Brown, good evening to you. What's happening? What is good out there in wherever land? It's funny, we all liked it and it flopped. Yeah, it is I have to say, it is pretty odd, yeah. Corey, have a good one, my friend. Catch you later. Thank you. Good night to you.
Good night, Corey.
And yes, the Second City. Yeah. Thanks, DJ. They filmed John Carter around my hometown. I have a section of the cave wall in my carport. What? You're a prop collector, Rick? You've got props, really? John Carter. So they filmed it around your hometown. That's pretty fun. And you've got a section of the cave wall. That's weird, like a piece of wall that just looks like rock or something in your carport. Interesting. And where again? Look at you trying to figure out exactly where he lives or where he was, where his hometown is. No idea how to market the film. Or like DJ said, maybe those people that were running the show were like, screw that. We don't want to dump any more money than we already have into it, So, Moab, hey, you're willing to admit it. Okay. Moab, Utah. Rick, wow. I didn't even know that was your hometown, though. I mean, I know that that's where you are, but I always had a gut feeling that you were originally from somewhere else, not Moab. And in fact, I actually thought you might be from outside Utah. and that you ultimately moved there many, many moons ago. Don't know why I thought that. Just
But he gets a lot of snow.
Was that?
He probably gets a lot of snow.
I would think.
Crazy, yeah.
It's good skiing and snowboarding out there. I know that. You know, Rick says it looks like Mars around here. What do you mean by that?
Oh, really?
Very rocky. Yeah. Okay. So he's where the rocky outcrops are, right? Very mountainous, rocky. I get that, but I would think also very snowy at this time of year. You know, I mean that specifically that city, Moab, is known as a ski country. I believe it's like it's a tourist destination for skiing and snowboarding. Pretty certain about that. Rick, a lot of snow. Spent too much money making it and reshooting it. There you go. That's why they didn't want to, you know. As you know, typically in movies, in the movie industry, for blockbuster type movies, they spend as much on the promotional budget, advertising, as they do making it. So, you know, the advertising doubles whatever it costs them to make it. So it's so hard, you know, to make movies on blockbusters. You know, it's so hard when your break even is actually usually twice the amount of the reported number that you keep hearing online. You know. So DJ says, "Yep. So no advertising and no reviewer sneak peeks. So it got heavily panned because the reviews had to pay. The reviews had to pay to see it, right? Oh, the reviewers had to pay to see it.
Oh, that's no way to curry favor.
No sneak peeks. Wow. That's pretty crappy of them to do that, especially when you already have all that money invested. But Jon Carter dropped due to the title. Disney failed to market it right. Plus, the film cost $300 million to produce. Wow.
I wonder if it's on Disney Plus. If you can see it on Disney Plus.
I would think so. If it's a Disney movie.
Well, never know.
Hey, what's up, Richie?
Thank you.
Great PR. I love that. Does it have the spider? Says Ian. I don't know what that means. Sorry, Ian. I'm 3 minutes behind. Rock wall is fine art. I'm sure it is. Not a prop collector. I was there when they were tearing it down. Wow. How cool. Did you grab it for free? I guess so. Because if you were there while they were tearing it down, they was probably just like, yeah, here, take it, whatever you want, you know? That's pretty cool, though. Yeah, you've had a great string of shows in the past few weeks, says Lee Harmon. What up, Lee Harmon? Peter Rowe has been on all of them. Coincidence? I think not. Well, look, I mean, Peter has gotten much more comfortable over time being on camera, which is fantastic. And that means we get to see more of him, which is even more fantastic. So I love it. And actually, what you guys don't know is that Peter is not only, he didn't just pop in here just so he can hang out with me and chat with you guys from the confines of the studio. He actually came to do something else. Right, Peter?
Yeah, stand on my head. No, just kidding. Yeah. No, I wanted to say thank you to Lee. He's a good friend. I really appreciate it. So being very kind.
He's being truthful, though. It's not a coincidence. I mean, what I said is I'm being truthful. I know that.
But yeah, I wanted to come on to show off some art that I got. And I just it was sort of Christmas came, and I wanted to share a little bit of it. Excellent. Not as good as Alberto's, but it's not bad.
Hey man, it's what you have, it's what you collect. It's great. If you collect it and you love it, it's great. And
yeah, and I want to say it's not all war art, you know.
Not although technically it's, I don't know how many pieces you're gonna reveal to us tonight, Peter.
Well, I sent you 3,
right? But you didn't specify, like, you know, whether you want to show 1 or 2 or all 3 or whatever.
I'll show all 3. I might show something else too, but not the one I'll talk about on the 4th.
Okay, yeah. So I'm almost caught up here, and can you teach us to pronounce lots of unusual foreign words? When they come up, when people mispronounce them, then I will. assuming I 100% know that I am correct and can give you the correct pronunciation. Otherwise, if I'm not 100% sure, then no, I won't. Most of the big snow is in northern Utah or western Colorado. Okay. But Moab, I thought, pretty sure that was known as a ski resort place. Take off your hoser. God, I hate those guys. I hate those guys, Lee. Don't do that to me. It's your moment. Peter, can we get an OA collector origin story? Well, he's done it, Compson. You got to go back. You got to go back to the episode of Comic Art Show and Tell that Peter did with me. And we start off the show. Well, we start off the show talking with everybody like we do now. But then after that, we get into Peter's origin story. So you should check it out there. No sense in doing it now. But yeah, he gives you all the details there.
Oh, Ian has a great piece of war art. I really love it.
Who?
Very envious. He has a great Charlton piece. Charlton piece. Ian Singh.
Ian.
Yeah,
Ian.
He showed it on Bill's show last week, a collector show, and it's pretty nice. A lot of Charlton art's not very good war art, but that was really great.
But he's saying he would be happy with some war art, but that's something somebody would say when they don't own any war art.
He owns it. He owns one.
Okay.
I saw it.
Why would you write that, Ian? You see? Oh, shush, Peter. Everyone's collection is great. We don't all like the same thing. Exactly, Peter. Exactly.
Shush.
We all love our collection, but everyone loves Alberto's collection. I hate it. I mean, yeah. So not everybody loves Alberto's collection, I want to see the Ships in Moonlight piece on the wall, Peter. Oh, you want to see it hanging is what you're saying. Yeah, but he's nowhere near it right now. He can't show you that.
It's on the opposite wall.
To where you're seated?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Oh, interesting. So, but you're on
I'm looking at it all the time, frankly. Yeah.
But you're on a laptop?
Yeah, I'm on the laptop.
Oh, so it's you're using Wi-Fi. It's not like it's plugged in, right?
That's right.
So how about lifting it and then doing this to see if you can get a view of it?
I can try it.
Yeah. And I can guide you, since you won't be able to see what you're doing. I'll guide you to tell you left or right,
Okay, there's another piece of art on the wall that I've never posted because it's in a frame.
You're not new, Thompson. You're not new. You're new-ish.
Okay, I'm going to try and do it now. Let me know when I get there.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Go, 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 go more, go more, go more, and stop. Oh, yeah. So cool.
It's crooked, but I just noticed that. Yeah.
What did you just notice?
It's crooked.
Oh, is it? Yeah, you can just adjust it. Yeah. That's easy.
Then I've got this other piece.
And yeah, what's that? What is that? Like Kirby? What is that?
That's Michael Golden. It's a lithograph. It's the only one that he did for a Heroes Con poster.
Michael Golden
poster.
It's funny. I know, obviously, it's really tiny and because it's far away from here. But from here, I would never have guessed Michael Golden. I cannot recognize his style at this size. It's so weird. Yeah. Interesting. What year is that from?
Oh my goodness. Maybe 2005.
Oh, okay. So in the last 20 years or so. Okay.
Yeah, and he did a small Silver Surfer remark.
Okay, cool. And by the way, my friend Sean, the local a fellow Canadian from a couple of hours down the road from me here, we're Ruppenstein, known as we're Ruppenstein to everybody else. He's asking, do you have any war art from the Garth Ennis series? What title was that? What was it called?
He's had a lot. I mean, he's had a whole bunch of books.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you which one I saw. I saw back when, the first time I saw this, I was visiting San Francisco. I was at WonderCon. And somebody showed me a page of art by, oh my God, I'm blanking all of a sudden. It might have been one of those Garth Ennis series. the British artist, Chris.
Burnham?
No.
Chris Weston?
Chris Weston. Yes, thank you. And it was war art.
Enemy Ace?
Was it an enemy?
Enemy Ace set in World War II. I forget the name of the book, but they did a.
I don't know, but it was beautiful.
Yeah.
I just remember like one page, and I was like, "Wow, that's beautiful." Yeah, So I never went back and checked it out and figured out what it was. But I really loved it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you have any of that modern war art from like the 2000s onward?
Yes, I have a page from the Chris Weston book.
Oh, cool.
Because he did half with another artist, I forget his name, sorry. And then the other half was done by Russ Heath. So Enemy Ace is recruited to fly for the Luftwaffe during World War II, even though he hates the Nazis.
Who hates the Nazis?
Enemy Ace.
Who doesn't hate the Nazis?
But he's German, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, but he's a good German, like, who hated the Nazis,
Yeah. So, and then I have a near complete story, albeit blue line, but inked by the artist, the penciler Chris Burnham, from a battle action story. Garth Ennis has restarted the battle action comic books from the UK, and he's put out 3 hardback trade paperbacks of the stories, and I have from the first volume one of the stories, almost the complete. I got it actually from Felix.
I was just gonna say, Burnham sounds like a name that is on Felix's roster. So there you go. Okay, very cool.
But I missed out on the DPS. But anyway,
who doesn't miss out on things that Felix's art dropped, right? That's kind of a par for the course from what I've been told over the years. Great art. It's fine. That's never going to die now, apparently,
Oh, yeah. The Enemy Ace story, Derek says, War in Heaven, that's what it is, yeah.
Okay, next we get Marvel piece. Damn, nice guy, Michael Golden. Oh, is he a nice guy? Is he? Okay. Do you guys know that, I think I told the story, the anecdote, I guess I should call it. Are you guys aware, those of you who like to get Michael Golden commissions at conventions and stuff? Shit, at this point, you may have to worry even if it's a commission at home. But he sometimes has Renee Witterstatter helping him out, inking for him, inking his commissions. So if you like Michael Golden and you think you're getting Michael Golden, you may not be getting Michael Golden if you're paying for pencils and inks. So heads up on that. Be careful. Chris Weston stuff. Yeah. So thanks, Peter. Those look great, buddy. And you and Lee got some nice Enemy Ace commissions. Yeah, all of those commissions are fantastic. War in Heaven is one. Is War in Heaven the one that Chris Weston is in? Okay.
Oh no, yeah, Chris Weston, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. And Mark says, do you have George Evans DC War pages? You're asking that? Oh my gosh. You need to be following, Mark. You need to be following Peter's gallery. I love the art from the Losers and Haunted Tank from the 70s, he says. George Evans DC War pages.
Yeah, I have, I just shared 2 World War I DC War pages that Evans did. And then I have a couple of, I think I have a George Evans DPS and a page from a Sergeant Rock story. But the style doesn't look like Evans. It's very much him mimicking or Joe Kubert.
Okay. Interesting. Where can I buy Commando Comics art? Isn't that the British art? Commando?
Yeah, that's a UK series. Maybe Palace Art or Palace Books.
Oh, yeah. Right. Palace Books.
Yes.
Sorry, the Book Palace. The Book Palace.
The Book Palace. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't know whether I've seen any Commando comics art specifically.
Yeah, do a Google search for the Book Palace, Mark, and reach out to them at that website, the Book Palace website, and reach out to them and ask, because even if you don't see it on their website, they have always specialized in British, UK art generally. So if anybody would at least know anything about it, even if they don't have it or if they never had, they often can tell you no, and the reason you don't see it is because this reason. You know what I mean? So they have a lot of knowledge about UK-based art and artists. So yeah, I would definitely recommend that's the place to reach out to. Mike Golden likes to throw hands. That's what I heard.
I mean, the UK books, the war books, really had quite a international flavor. They had a lot of Italian. They had a good number of Italian artists doing their covers and interiors. Oh, Johann's Tiger. Yeah, that was a war, a series that he did for Vertigo, that Garth Ennis wrote, and there are various artists. Some of them were from the UK war comic period, the heyday of UK war comics. Johann's Tiger, I don't have any art from that. I recently looked at that story again. Yeah, that's a pretty brutal story.
And Steve, your opportunity to debate those crazy ass debates that you always try to start with me when we go eat at the restaurants. Your opportunity is always here if you want to pop into the chat. Steve is one of those guys who loves to debate things like, well, could this guy be that guy? And it's like, are you 5 years old? Who cares? And he hates people who say that. I'm one of those people.
Oh, I just remembered War in Heaven. Yes, the book 1 looked better than book 2. Chris Alamy, that's the other artist that was working on the book with Weston. I think
Christian Alamy.
Christian Alamy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a French guy. Or Belgian, one of the two, out in Europe for sure. Mark says, I
had a nice exchange with them actually when I got that page and I asked them some questions. And I had a nice exchange with both of them.
Oh, cool. And Ian says that Jeff helped me out with some war pages at OAX last year. Still appreciate those from Sam Glansman. Oh, yeah, those are the ones you were posting after the show last year. GI Combat Haunted Tank Story. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Excellent. Well, I'm caught up now. So, okay. So, yeah, why don't we get into this? And I guess I should, since it's only 3 pieces, rather than pop them up on the screen the way I do by uploading them into the software, why don't I open them up in a picture viewer? This way, since it's only 3, I can at least zoom in large and small, and that would probably be a nicer way for us to look at them. So yeah, why don't I do that now? Let me see. All right, well, first let me see. So what do I gotta do here? Okay, so I'm gonna open this in, what should I use? Photos. It's by Microsoft, I guess. Let me see, make sure this is working well. Yes, okay, works good. All right, now let me come back to you guys. And I'll do the share screen feature. Share. Oops. Share screen. And all right, hold on. All right, I'll put that back up in a second. I just want to address Steve because he replied. It says, Ruben, It's only a comic book doesn't make sense for guys like us if we are talking superhero battles. Well, Steve, that's why I don't like to talk superhero battles. It makes sense for people who don't have a history of loving superhero comics beyond 11 or 12 years old. In your honest opinion. And you have the right to that opinion. Hey, man, I'm just trying to get you to click the goddamn button and come in and you can chat with us. Like, I'm willing to put up with that kind of a nonsensical topic as long as you do it in front of everybody so we can have a good debate. And we always have good debates at the restaurant, good laughs. The last one, it was so hilarious, man. It was awesome. I love how insistent you get on your beliefs. So you should pop in, man. Looks like Terry and the Pirates. It's you know, it's because it follows in that vein of art. Tricky Trapster, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Your pal, our pal, Kavi, not in the house tonight. He hasn't even been in, so he's probably under the from the medication that he takes, or his.
I'm missing Kavi. Yeah, it's always fun to see him in the chat.
Yeah,
or in the show.
What up, Carlito? What's happening? And yes, look at that. He's getting closer and closer. Thanks, Matt Wagner. Batman, an awesome Catwoman by Tim Sale.
That's in my gallery.
From your gallery. He's already checking it out. He doesn't want to wait. That's good. Leave him a comment, Mark. Leave him a comment on those.
I think Mark has left me some comments before. I appreciate it.
He does.
Thanks, Mark.
He does. Anything goes, Carlos. Anything goes. Why don't you pop on in and start a conversation, man? We're all waiting for you to make your first appearance. All right. So yeah, let me pop that piece back in and check out the first piece, and then Peter will talk to us about it. He just got these. He received these recently. Check it out. The first one is. Here we go.
And, yeah, Lee is close. It's Johnny Hazard.
Yep.
But it's very early Johnny Hazard, 1944. So about 2.5 months after the strip started. So it's still set in World War II. Johnny Hazard after the war, it was much of it was Cold War espionage kind of stuff. And this is definitely in that Milton Caniff kind of style. You see a lot of Milton Caniff influence there. And at this time, the funny thing is that this strip started, I think, the day before the Normandy invasion of D-Day, June 5th or either the day before or the day after. And I think they had a hard time keeping up with the news in the stories. So I think after a couple months they switched him to the Pacific side of the war. Now this strip is before that happened, so I'm not really sure. I don't know the story. I don't know the story arc. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. I need to buy the book, the Johnny Hazard reproduction book. But it certainly looks like the guys look like almost some, maybe from the stands or from somewhere. It's hard to say from their headgear. So they're dropping supplies to the resistance, and just the dialogue between at the end where it's very antiquated dialogue, but it's kind of fun.
Well, I mean, it's of the time,
Exactly. Yeah.
No, but it's a very nice example. Out of curiosity, look at that. Marcus says, too handsome for Robbins.
Well,
he's used to Robbins' comic book work, and most people hate Robbins' comic book work, like myself even. I never liked his comic book work, but I always loved his comic strip work. Probably because it owes to a lot to Milton Caniff,
Yeah.
His
style changed radically from this stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
definitely. Interesting that Mark. Did you see that Mark said My neighbor flew B-17s as a flying tiger. That's cool. And look at that. Ian says, my grandpa was flying B-17s then as a co-pilot. How was that? How was that for cool, man? Wow.
Yeah. Those are terrible times.
Oh, for sure.
Masters of the Air. Have you ever seen that Apple Plus show?
No.
Miniseries about documenting the experience of pilots, B-17 pilots during World War II.
Oh,
it's based on real events. It's pretty good.
How many parts is it?
Maybe 8 or so.
Oh, okay.
It's similar to like Band of Brothers or The Pacific.
Okay. Are they like 40-minute episodes, 1 hour episodes, or
1 hour? Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Ready to move on to the second piece you want to show?
Sure.
All right. All right, folks. The second one is, I know it's going to be a surprise to you. Ba-boom! Look at that.
Yeah, so that's why I wrote Sometimes a War Guy. So I do collect some Batman art occasionally. I really like the Batman meetings with Commissioner Gordon.
Right.
And I don't have a Gene Colan Batman page, so this was perfect.
Yeah, Colan pencils. Look at this. Look at this angle on the down shot here on the establishing panel. I mean, it's so fantastic. You know, not only do you look down into the office at both characters, but I love the way, you know, you see the height of how high the office is by looking out the window. So it's really, really cool. And I love the super organic inking, the brush inking by Klaus. So awesome too. I love that. Love it.
And so it's not heavy. I mean, you can still tell it's Colan, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you can tell by the way the figures are drawn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The anatomy and stuff, the way they're posed, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Which is great because with someone like Klaus, who, you know, his style is, you know, technically it's what you would say is, I think most people would say you would never think that it's complementary to Gene Colan's penciling style, but it really works really, really nicely. You know, sure, it certainly hides the style. It overwhelms, stylistically speaking, it overwhelms it. But because Gene, you know, had very, very distinct and unique ways of drawing figures, the anatomy, not only the body but the heads and faces. Like you said, you could still tell that that's Gene's work. You know,
those are great face shots, and you know, it's not your typical. You know, some of them are usually the commissioner and Batman just consulting on a case, and this one is part of the problem is you know, Harvey Bullock just is in the comic, and he's undermining the commissioner, and because he's the mayor's man to take out the commissioner in the office politics. So Commissioner Gordon is just he's just frustrated, and he doesn't know what to do, and Batman's trying to tell him to buck up camper.
Yeah, it's really cool. Did you say that this was your first one, or you have many of pages featuring Batman and Gordon chatting together?
No, I have several other.
Okay.
Actually, I think during the show you had one, when our collector show you had one, maybe.
Oh, okay, it's possible. Yeah. It's a long time ago. I can't remember now,
but yeah, what I like about them is they're moody. They can be very film noir kind of looking art, and you know, here are these two guys trying to put their finger in the dike stem crime, trying to fight crime, and it's a hard, tough, and sometimes losing battle.
Yeah,
but they're fighting the good fight.
Yeah, for sure. That's fabulous. Yeah. It's not just because the top half splash is like a real winner of a panel. It's absolutely outstanding. But even the bottom half, it's got nice headshots with really great inking. I really love them. Great expressions. Yeah. So I think overall, it's a wonderful page for sure.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. Some architecture porn outside the window. That's right, Lee.
I had to look at the art to make sure that's not the case.
Hey, what's up, Alex? Nice detective interior page. Great pickup. Yeah, indeed, man. Indeed.
Thanks, Alex.
No, it's wonderful. Yeah, super strong page. I really like it. Yeah, and that's, you see, it just goes to show you can definitely pick up really beautiful looking artwork where it doesn't have to have the heroes in action all the time. They don't have to be fighting anybody, you know. You can still pick up great stuff like this, and you know, if you can recognize the beauty in stuff like this, you know, non-action pages, you also save a lot of money. You can get beautiful art and you save money because it's still going to be a lot cheaper than if it was Batman, you know, fighting somebody, you know, jumping around in action. So it's fantastic. Yeah. And yeah, it looks like how Klaus was inking Miller. Yeah, well, it was around that time, you know, back in the sort of Daredevil days. So makes sense for sure. Yeah. He says, real nice pickup.
No, thanks, Lee.
CJ Love. Yeah. So excellent. All right. And you ready to show your last piece?
Sure.
Okay. The final piece, everybody, you may have already remembered that you've kind of seen. I've given a little bit of a sneak peek of this one on the thumbnail for tonight. Check this out. This is like this view from inside the cockpit, Peter, is glorious. Look at that.
Yeah, so that
it's like a giant poster on the brick wall outside in the alley.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So this was for a war bond campaign. I don't know where. I have to do more research. It's not something that's easily found. But this is by Bob Powell, and I mean, this is really quite. I'd say this is very excellent Bob Powell art.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, it may be the best Bob Powell panel I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. It's outstanding, and let me tell you, I've never seen any Bob Powell pages that I thought, wow, that's outstanding. You know. I mean, no offense, whatever, but like, you know, yeah, this is, when I saw this, when you showed it to me, Peter, I mean, the first thing I saw that I thought, other than, oh my God, look at that, the view from the cockpit, that's like, look at that aerial view, all the other planes flying and buzzing around, and like, it's fantastic. I couldn't believe my eyes, and it was only then that I was like, wait a second, who did this? And then I double checked and I saw Bob Powell. What?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So don't be ashamed.
As hell.
Yeah, don't be ashamed to say that you think that this could very well be the best panel we've ever seen him draw.
Yeah,
you know?
It's certainly the best art I've seen. It's, and you know, I'm not a big fan of like little kids in art and stuff like that, but
yeah, me too. I know what you mean.
But that art is so strong.
Yeah,
that art is so strong, and it's just, and of course you've got in the lower right corner you have the little savings bond Minuteman guy.
Yeah,
and you can just barely see where someone had penciled in, you know, for victory by it's the United States war bonds and stamps.
Yeah, see. Yeah, buy United States war bonds and stamps. That's right. Yeah, it's really, really, really lovely.
It's sort of funny too. He made Nazi signs of the swastika on the buildings too, on the
right
top
here. Yeah, I just noticed them here, and this one, this building here as well. Yeah, I didn't notice that earlier. But yeah,
and that plane on the left is, that unusual looking plane that's a P-38. Was it called the Lightning Bolt or Lightning?
Wow. So that actually flew way back then?
Yes.
Wow. That's wild. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Very cool, says Lee. Dang, says Ian. Excellent, Powell, says CJ. This is what I imagine it was like. Yeah, to be up there. It really gives you kind of that, it really makes you feel like you're up there in the cockpit with them. It's such an amazing view, Yeah, as Lee says, spectacular. Yeah, Rick says war bonds greater than Barry bonds.
Yeah, Lee was there when I bought it, so.
Yeah, Scott Hinton says
Ian Mickey.
Pages and strip. Bob Powell, yeah. Lee was there when you picked it up?
Lee and Mickey. Well,
yeah,
we were on a phone call when I picked it up.
Oh, so was this not an auction win?
This was an auction win.
Oh, so what do you mean? Oh, you were talking to them?
Yeah, we were talking on the phone.
Okay.
As the auction was going on.
Were you guys talking even as you bid on it?
Yes.
Really? Whenever I'm talking in the past, whenever I've been talking with friends on the phone and my lots are coming up, I hang up. I'm like, okay, gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you later. We'll jump back on after I finished my lots. Yeah, I need to focus, I don't need anybody distracting me while I'm trying to decide what I'm going to bid or how much I'm going to bid or whether I'm going to bid a little more than I expected to, whatever. I got to focus, stay focused. This is like looking out from the inside of the Millennium Falcon. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Send the image to Nick Lowry from Antiques Roadshow. He might know the poster.
Exactly. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
I
really appreciate CW.
Pretty good. Yeah. That's my pal, Sonny.
Sonny. Okay.
That's a good idea, Sonny. Yeah. It's not something I even think about. But is he reachable, though? Is he like easy to reach out to, and does he respond? That's the question, I assume so if you're suggesting it. Ian says, Peter, do you do war history research at all or just love war comics?
So how do I like reading about it, and I've read a lot about it. I'm sort of a military history buff, but also whenever I post a page, I try to put some research into it or put some background or historical context to the piece. If not about the event or how it's portrayed and how accurate it is historically, but also, I also talk a little bit about the artist if I can, or if there's not much known about him.
Sorry, about who?
Not much known about the artist.
Oh.
I was fascinated. I've been posting this the 4-page Medal of Honor DC war story from World War I about the ace Frank Luke, and I didn't focus on Frank Luke. I focused on the artist Norman Maurer. I believe his name is pronounced Moore, because he was a lifelong friend of Joe Kubert. And and he was also the son-in-law of one of the Three Stooges, so he managed their career in the latter years.
Oh yeah,
and just to read to learn about their friendship and how they worked together a lot, and they got to know each other in art school, and they worked together in comics. They were in business together, and one of the greatest stories is when they they did for St. John 3D comics, which was the innovation that they introduced.
Mm-hmm.
When they got the revenue from that, they both went out to a car dealer and bought new cars. And on the spot, yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, they didn't even consult their wives. They just went, and the both of them went together and bought two new cars, and drove them home. And I don't know what their wives said, but that's how flush they felt.
That's funny. Cadillacs, says Rick.
I'm not sure.
New cars, though. Either way,
Yeah.
you know, that's a pretty penny. That's funny. All right, excellent. So let me come back. There we go. Awesome. Well,
If I could just add, you know, Norman Maurer, he actually, I asked Adam Kubert about him, and Adam remembered him visiting them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he was a good friend, family friend, and actually he remembers being in the watching him shave in the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
So he must have stayed overnight, but yeah.
Ian says he's getting pulled back to the family. Lovely pieces, and we'll see if I can make it back later. But if not, have a lovely week. You too, Ian. Thank you.
Hi, Ian.
Have a great week. Yeah, well, that makes sense, I guess. Right? It was like, yeah. I mean, I read some of your write-ups there, and you know, I know. So I know that, yeah, him and Joe. Joe said he was a great friend, a close friend, and excuse me. So it would make sense that they would visit each other from time to time, and the kids would have, you know, seen Uncle Norm come around.
Yep, they did. Norman started the Three Stooges comics, and he would do a story, and Joe Kubert would do a story. They started the 3D comics with a cartoon character. It wasn't Mickey Mouse. It was some kind of Mighty Mickey or something like that.
Mighty Mouse?
Mighty Mouse, yeah. I think it was Mighty Mouse. And and of course, when Kubert was editing the war books, so Moore was the perfect choice for these Medal of Honor stories. And although it's not credited, I think he probably wrote them as well as penciled and inked them. I don't think Canada wrote them.
All I can say is that I was, not being really familiar. I had always known the name Norman Maurer, but not, hadn't seen enough of his stuff to really recognize it. If you had told me, hey, this is Norm's work. But those pages you posted, really nice, very clean, beautiful layouts, just great storytelling. Yeah, I thought that it was pretty nice war art,
Thanks.
So very, very nice to see those pages. And so cool that I love, I don't know what it is, but I love mini, like, complete stories when they're that short, like only 4 pages, I love that. There's something about it. It's just neat to have when you only have 4 pages, but oh, look, it's a complete story, from start to finish. It's fun,
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Some of those stories are very short. 3, 4, sometimes 1 page.
Yeah, exactly. Self-contained,
Yeah, exactly.
So, I guess, Steve, if you're still there, I guess you don't want to make your first appearance on a Hangout episode and bring up your topic about trading. But FYI, if you are listening, when we do our episode of Show and Tell, there will be no time to start talking about random topics. You'll be giving us your origin story, and then in between showing art, we will be just talking a lot about the art, and that'll take up all the time. So you won't have time to just go off track and start talking about off-topic stuff. So FYI, this is the type of show to come on and talk about whatever other topics you want to talk about. So Once again, for anybody just coming in late, you're very welcome. Good to see you here. Lee says, my wife knew the new car was coming. Well, Lee, it's like Tom said here. Yikes! Wouldn't turn out well if I bought a new car without letting my wife know. Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah.
They bought Buicks. I don't know what kind of Buick.
Oh, is that a fact now?
Yeah, they bought Buicks.
Buicks? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey, listen, like I said, it's a new car, so you know what I mean? Like if it's a new you go out and you just drop the money on a brand new car. Doesn't matter how cheap they were back in those days, it doesn't matter. It's all relative because everything was, relatively cheaper as well. So it's the same thing. You're buying a new car, it's a lot of money, Yeah, so anybody to do that, But again, I guess it doesn't really matter as much like when you're providing for your family. Like in those days, I believe Muriel was not a worker, but I could be wrong. I think she would stay at home, but she might have been a worker. I don't really remember.
She was working in a school, a secondary school. And then when they started the Kubert art school, then she became like the business manager or something, like she did the books or things like that.
Okay. Yeah, but the school, I believe, only opened up in the 1970s, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But there's no way that Joe could have been able to do all that. I mean, he was enormously busy already.
Yeah.
Taking on the school was like crazy. And I don't think, as he says, he didn't know what he was getting into, but he just pushed ahead. And he said if he knew what he was getting into, he probably wouldn't have done it. But for example, his relationship with Norman Maurer is a lot like Jack Kirby's and Joe Simon's relationship. Norman was the business guy. Norman was the guy who reviewed the contracts, who made sure the I's were dotted, T's were crossed. I mean, he did all the numbers. So in that way, Kubert can focus on the art and the teaching in the case of the school.
Right. So this is interesting. So Rick pointed out, that the Buicks were a step above a Chevy or a Ford. Excuse me. CJ points out that Buicks were the next step down, though, from the Caddy. So you mean a Caddy is considered only 2 steps up from a Chevy or a Ford? It seems to me that, I don't know, at least back in the day when I was a kid and those cars were spoken about a lot, seems like the way that people spoke about Cadillacs was like, wow, like that was way above a Ford or a Chevy. But
good night, DJ. DJ has to go to bed.
Time to bed. All right. Good night, DJ. Have a good one. Have a great week. And this time I'm able to say good night back to you because I'm caught up for the first time. First time I think I can say good night to you right after you said good night. Have a great week. Chevy, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac. Right. All right. Okay. So, all right. What else is happening in the hobby? Anything happening of late? Have you been hearing anything interesting? Buying, selling, dealers, collectors, auctions, anything happen? Actually, that leads me to ask you, Peter, did you participate at all in in either of the 2 auctions that both of which finished on Thursday?
Thankfully, no. Thankfully, no. I did. I'm not one of those guys that had 2 screens open watching both auctions.
You did?
I did not.
Oh, you did not do that. Okay.
Very happy I didn't have that.
Okay.
Wasn't doing that. I'm actually, Ruben, I'm actually going back on the AAA wagon the Art Addicts Anonymous wagon. I'm going back on.
Oh, so you say. You know, we'll see how that we'll see how long you could stay on the wagon before you fall off of it. And not because I don't have faith in you personally. It's just like a lot of people over the years have told me, "Oh no, I'm on the wagon now," and the majority of them, like within, I don't know, less than a month, they're off the wagon. Oh, but I had to get this one. This one was an exception. Yeah, okay, whatever. But I'm, you know, I've got faith in you. I'm optimistic for you, Peter, and I hope it works. I hope it works. You know.
Yeah, don't have faith in me. That's all.
All right, you're giving me the permission, so that's excellent. Okay, so in case I truly deep down was believing you'd fail, it's okay now because you're giving me the permission to think that that's what's going to happen.
I'm going to fail. It's going to. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But I'll do the effort. But I think what they're saying is there was, I think the prices were not cheap in the Comic Link or Comic Connect auctions, and I'm still
really,
with the economy the way it is. I'm always surprised that prices are still going up
until the next batch of war art comes out. That's what Mark said. I mean, that's basically what I'm thinking, right? So I didn't say it, but he said it, but I was thinking it, I admit.
Oh, one thing I did is I listed I wrote down my grails, and I said, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick to the grails and not get diverted. Not get distracted, not go down a rabbit hole. Of course, I've already gone down the rabbit hole a couple times since I wrote the list.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the overuse of the word grail, plural, you know? I mean, what does that really mean other than, oh, it's just another really cool piece I really like? I mean, right? So it's kind of like all you're really saying is, well, I'm sticking to pieces I really like, but there could be many of those. So it doesn't mean you're going to last on the wagon. You know what I mean? Because there's still a ton of them. I'm sure there's tons of war art you would love and even some non-war art, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Now, I did not participate in the two auctions. I decided I didn't even know what they showed. I didn't know what was in them. And I just thought, you know what? Like I said, I've been saying for a long time, trying to stop collecting. So I figured every now and then, if I just skip the auction completely, that's one way that I'm guaranteed I'm not going to spend money. And that's the best way, right? If you don't want to spend money, if you truly don't want to spend money, the best way is don't look. Don't go looking. And then it works really well, I must admit,
I will say, look, is one of the, if you go auction live, and you never know.
Yeah, that's it. No. That's
get exactly pulled in.
That's exactly it. Lee has no faith in
you. 3 again. What?
Yeah. Lee also has no faith in you. He says not until OAX, anyways. I'm betting he falls off the wagon before that, Lee. Long before that. We'll see. And Marvel fan, Tom didn't get anything. So Mickey said that he'd been on both auctions. Mickey, why don't you come in and talk to us about your experience? Was there anything good? What did you bid? Did you win, lose? Don't want to come in? How come nobody wants to join us? You see, it's funny how you go 2-3 weeks in a row and everybody's all excited. And all of a sudden, whatever. I'm tired. I'll just stay here quietly. What can I tell you? I rely on you guys to come up with the topics of conversation, though.
It seems like a lot of people bid, but I don't know if they won much in these two auctions last week.
Does wagon mean going cold turkey on buying art?
That's a damn good question.
Yeah, on the wagon. I mean, it comes from alcoholics. It comes from alcoholics, Earl. Like, I'm assuming your first name is Earl. It's from alcoholics. When they try to go cold turkey and stop drinking, they say, I'm on the wagon. And if they revert back to drinking, then they say they fell off the wagon. That's
the way I look at his question is I was talking about a Grail list and how I'm trying to be selective. Yet before that I talked about cold turkey.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, I see now. He's asked because I didn't notice the second question. Right. It's are you cold turkey or being selective?
Two ways to look at the question. You know, is it a general question or is it pointed at me? And I would say, you know, I went from being extremely selective, trying to saying, okay, I just need to cold turkey. Go cold turkey.
Sometimes it's the best. It's the best thing to do.
Resistance is futile sometimes.
All right, guys, we got a topic coming up, baby. Oh, I can always count on you guys. You're all awesome. That's why I love you. In the studio for the first time, joining Peter and I, please, everybody, give a good hearty welcome to Mr. Steve Musolino. Hey! Am I saying the name right, though, Steve? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That is correct. Not bad at all.
Oh, refresh.
I can hear you through the TV, but I can't hear you through my. Hold on.
Oh, then you should not keep both of them on because that'll confuse you. And it looks like you might be behind. You might be like the stream for you. Yeah, just stay in StreamYard with me, but like at least put the volume off on the other one. Oops, hit the wrong button. He'll be right back. I got a strip for not that much. Congrats, Sonny. I love cheap art, man. Cheap art, good, cheap fun, man. I always promote that. So, yep.
Congratulations. Yeah.
I picked up.
That's very true, Marvel. No, Tom. Yeah.
I picked up 25 good, cheap fun pieces that just arrived this past week, and I got more coming this week, baby. But I'm not going to share it because I may be doing a show and tell about this, even though most people won't want to watch. It's not superheroes and it's not war. It's art I've told you guys about that I might be buying, and it's music related. It's music. Music related.
Yeah, I remember that.
I had enough. I thought I have so much that I was like, oh well, maybe I'll do a show and tell of it. Do a show. It'll give me some content for 1 week, whatever. I don't know. So, yeah.
What number one Marvel fan is saying? That's very true.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's whenever you least expect it. There's always something coming around the corner. You know. Here we go. Can you hear me, Steve?
I can hear you.
All right, excellent. And this time you answered me right away, which means your feed is
on real time.
On real time. Excellent. I was thinking you somehow were like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 seconds behind earlier because I kept talking to you and you just kept staring. So I was like, oh, the stream must be something's weird happening with the stream on your end or whatever, you know. But
now, is there an echo? Because I'm trying to get you through the.
Oh, okay, right. You're listening just through.
No, I'm trying to. So I don't. Right now, you're coming through my phone, but I don't know if there's an echo when.
Oh. Well, I don't hear an echo right now.
Perfect. I'm going to leave it the way it is then.
Yeah. So welcome, first of all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great to have you. And as I said,
nice to meet you.
Hey, Peter.
Yeah, Peter. Steve, Peter. Peter's a longtime viewer, so there you go. Hopefully, you can become a longtime viewer. It was so nice to see you drop in last week. Was that your first time, or only your first time that you decided to type messages into the live chat?
I want to say first time was 2 weeks ago during the 7-hour marathon.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I meant though. Yeah. That was. Sorry, that's the episode. Yeah, that was the first one, right? Well, first one live, other than having right. Other than and other than that, you had watched. I know that you said Eric said you had watched his show and tell episode, right? So okay.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. All right.
Mostly I do reruns.
Oh, so you've seen even other ones as well?
Correct.
Oh, I see. See, you're one of those hundreds of rewind viewers who, there's no way for me to know who you guys are, right?
Right.
YouTube doesn't allow to see, who the people are unless
I can play you back at 1.5x and then just zip right through, and that 7 hours is condensed to like 5 hours.
5 hours, yeah. And does the 1.5x make me one of the 3 chipmunks?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I would be way too annoyed. I think I would rather listen for longer and not get the chipmunk sound, Yeah, that's
it's a trade-off. It's one or the other.
Yeah. It is. No, for sure, indeed.
Right.
Excellent, man. So let's not waste any more time. I'm gonna be actually, before we get into it with you, Steve, let me just get a couple of other comments. We'll finish off the war art conversation. I wanted to know, I know he's just fooling around, Peter, but Marcus did say, do you consider Creature Commandos a war comic?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But not my cup of tea.
Right. Qualified.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of, I'm not a collector of, I'm not a big dinosaur person. I'm not a big monster person.
Yeah. Wow.
But the creepy, mysterious stories have some great art in them. So I've collected some of those.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. But wow, you're one of the rare guys who admits. So you're not a dinosaur guy. So even as a kid, you didn't get attracted to the dinosaurs.
I like dinosaurs as a kid, but I'm just, for some reason, the art doesn't appeal to me. I know they're huge. So that, that of course means that, I'm not collecting any Mark Schultz or William Stout or any of those great artists, and I'm missing out on some great art. But it just, I recognize it's great art, but it's not my cup of tea, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, listen, it's not a secret. I mean, if you ask most people who buy war art, they don't tend to buy the Creature Commandos and, dinosaurs and Frankenstein as a soldier or whatever,
There's a lot of war art about, the sort of the land that time forgot, or whatever it was called, with the dinosaurs. And that was a whole story, a long story arc for not an arc, but a long feature. I think it was in Star Spangled War Stories.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I recently did pick up a page, I have to say, that has a dinosaur on it. It's my only page with a dinosaur on it, but it was okay. I weighed I don't really need the dinosaur, but here are some great images that I really did appeal to me.
Okay. Well, sorry, the dinosaur page you have, what comic is it from?
It's a Tim Truman mini series.
Okay, modern. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. So CJ welcoming you. Hello, Steve. There we go. And let me see. He's on delay like us. Well, no, you guys are unfortunately always on a delay, but at least when you're in the studio, you could kind of, if you are on a delay, you can like refresh or whatever, and you can fix it, He said F this. Yeah, that's why. Oh, by the way, Steve, did you disappear because you hit the wrong button?
I disappeared because I was looking to get off the YouTube that I was playing on my phone, and when I backed up, I backed out. So you would think I'm acting like my father right now. Like technology's like,
Yeah. Or like me. I'm almost like, I'm that old guy with the technology. So so essentially, the water wagon, when people okay, so is that when it started? That's where it originally started. Okay, the whole off the wagon. So 19th century, so the 1800s, on the water wagon, when people wanted to stop drinking, they would say, I'm on the water wagon. It was shortened to on the wagon. Okay, interesting. Thanks, Tom. I'll share a bunch of them, Tom. I'll share a bunch of them when I do. I'll do a whole show about it. I mean, yeah. What I'm going to show one or two, like I said. If nobody's going to
which strips or which artists,
it's all one artist.
Oh, that's this. Okay.
Yeah, all
that's
one
right,
artist.
the music strip, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I thought maybe, you know what, I might even, once I plan it, once I'm ready to kind of get it ready to go, I might reach out to him and see if he's willing to come on with me, and maybe at least for a little portion of the time. You know what I mean? That might make it a little bit more interesting for people, you know, since there's no superheroes, you know. I got Backstreet Boys art. No, I did not. I don't have any of those. I didn't get any Spice Girls. I would have gotten Spice Girls if there would have been one with Spice Girls on it. It's good for memories, you know. Hey, Steve, welcome, buddy, says Tom. Spice World movie adaptation, yeah. No echo, thank you, Robert, for confirming that. The storyboards, Bob McGann. Great to see Steve live.
Oh, I have a great Bob story.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great story. It's a great story to me. He's a great guy.
Oh, okay. Do you want to tell the story?
I could. Yeah, why not? We got time to fill, right? We got nothing but time.
No, I don't.
My first introduction to anyone outside of Jason at Essential Sequential was effectively going to, at the time, Sean Murphy's quasi-secret auction of his White Knight art, and Bob was in the room, and he was such a nice guy. Gave me lots of tips afterwards, took my cousin and I downstairs to the hotel bar, had a drink, imparted good wisdom, and I'm like, wow, this hobby's full of, so far, great people.
When was that?
So, that was maybe 2017, 2016.
Okay, is that around the time that you had started in the hobby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Around the time, yeah.
16, 17, something like that. Yeah.
So
very cool.
I'm eternally grateful. And then I also forgot something at his house for like a year, and I feel horrible to this day about it, because effectively he was like keeping this crap for me that I hope he eventually gave away or threw away.
What do you mean? He was holding stuff like that you had gotten sent to him?
He had a little gathering at his house around New York Comic Con. I was invited. He graciously invited me. I went, and with me I had purchased at New York Comic Con these, I want to say they were like whiskey shot glasses and maybe like a carafe or something for my brother because it was his birthday, and I needed to catch an Uber at the end of the night to catch the ferry back home, and I completely forgot it there, and it took me like 3 months to even remember that I forgot it there, maybe even longer. What? So, and he just kept, held on to it, not knowing who it belonged to.
Oh, I was gonna, because that was my next question. Was like, well, wait a second. It's one thing that you already forget and don't even remember for 3 months, but yeah. Why didn't he reach out and say, "Hey, I got your art"? But if he didn't know what it was, then obviously,
right,
it's a bit of a challenge or whatever, right? That's
so
crazy.
He's a good guy all around.
Good. What area do you live in, Steve, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm in New Jersey.
Oh, in Jersey, okay. Because Robert Berman, he said earlier that he just got back from New York. Now, typically I would say so, but being that we're all comic art collectors, Robert, that tells me that you're kind of hinting that there was something art related in New York. Was there a con or something today, or I don't know. Why would you say I just got back from New York? People, when they say that, it's they got back from a con, Maybe
you went to see the tree.
The tree? The lighting ceremony?
Or just the tree in general. It probably was lit already. I don't even know.
Oh. See, I always thought that nobody cares about that except for the tourists.
Oh, well, or if you have kids,
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. They want to go see the tree every year. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah.
Can I ask Steve what's your collection focus, if I could ask?
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. Batman. I mean, just looking at what I have and just trying to, reverse engineer it. It's a bit of Batman. It's a bit of strong female characters. And it's all what I would say is strong sequential storytelling. Not much in the way of splashes or covers. And it's mostly it's not any Marvel, which is odd because that's basically what I read growing up.
So what attracts you to the DC stuff then?
In a nutshell, Batman.
Nice. So we know
Yeah.
Steve's a Batman guy, that's for sure. Yeah.
Who are your top 3 or 5 Batman artists?
Oh gosh, Sean Murphy's up there.
Yeah.
Peter, you do know he already agreed we're going to do a show and tell together.
Oh, right.
And then we're going to get to the show and tell. We're going to say, all right, everybody.
Yeah. Well,
I never met Steve, and so I'm just asking him. You know,
I know.
I don't know anything about him, and so
I know it's the natural inclination. We want to
Yes.
know. We want to get to know each other. But I get that. I trust me. But it's
Ruben,
just
that's why I thought, when I emailed you, I'm like, maybe we do the intro and then I come on because there's going to be questions asked.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you were saying in your email? That
Yeah. You're right.
You mean do the intro thing like separately, not on the same show as the show and tell?
Do the intro show and tell first, and then come on and have these discussions about whatever's on my mind. Because if I come on now ahead of the intro show and tell, then we're going to run into this.
Yeah, exactly. See, and that's why I said earlier, usually, since I started the channel, that is what I usually try doing, is I always like to have people, let's do a show and tell first, because people get to know you a little bit. And then after that, you can jump in and come on any other episode you want, whatever,
I'm doing it backwards.
Yeah, you're doing it a little bit. A few people have done it backwards, but it's okay. It's whatever. It's good. It's okay. I just, as long as you don't reveal too much right now, it's all good.
Okay. All right.
I know Peter's all excited.
I'll just leave it at Sean Murphy for now.
There you go.
You'll have to tune in, Peter.
I'm giving Ruben a question to ask.
You mean for when we do the show?
Yeah, because he can tell you some others once he's thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, like when he starts telling us his, sort of background and, how he got into collecting and all that. I mean, he'll probably just kind of reveal all that anyways, and then I'll give some follow-up questions, obviously, Robert wants to let us know that he was in NYC to see the musical Chess on Broadway, but I did also stop by the Society of Illustrators to see their latest exhibitions. Wow, I've never been there, and I love the illustration art that they have. Never been there. Very cool, Robert. That's very cool. Good fun day.
That's the weird thing.
Sorry, what's that, Steve?
I was saying that's the weird thing. I'm in New Jersey. I'm a hop, skip, and a jump from New York City, and I never go.
Yeah, never been either.
Been, sure, but like my wife works for a French pharmaceutical company, and when she goes to Paris, I'll sometimes tag along, and I'll just spend the week just hitting museums the entire time, and then I come home and I almost feel guilty because I could do the same thing in New York, and I just never do.
Yeah,
isn't that the case? Whenever you're living in a city, you never take advantage of those things.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that it's one of those things where I think most of us take where we live for granted. Certainly, especially I would think the larger the city that we're in, I think that's true. Listen, I've had people visit me here, and they end up telling me more about the city than I know. You know what I mean? Because they just never take that time to kind of like, oh, okay, like let me, I don't know. And I discussed this with my wife once. I was like, we should go downtown to where they have the tourist buses and just pay for the tourist ride and just take the tour of Montreal or whatever, just to see if it shows us stuff. And, we learn about the city, about the parts that we don't know about, But then, you just never get around to actually doing it, So I think I think it's pretty common for a lot of people.
I mean, the funny thing is I moved to Richmond, and one of the first things I did on my trip back to DC for a couple of days was to go to the National Gallery of Art. It's like crazy, I've been in DC for, decades, and suddenly I decide, I say, oh, I got to go see the National Gallery of Art.
Yeah, I mean, you're into art, you should, and it's something that you should, I would think. Steve looks like a big Finch collector. Tom says.
I do like Finch,
Why is
but I
he
don't have
saying
any Finch art.
why are you saying that, Tom? I don't. That's kind of an odd thing to say, unless you knew something, but clearly not, since he just said he doesn't have any. Pretty weird. Yeah, pretty weird comment there. Peter can come on too and co-host. Hey, nice to see. Hey, so Carl Sodergren, you've met Steve. Steve, have you met Carl Sodergren?
Carl saw me do my calf interview with Bill,
right?
And I turned him on to an artist.
Okay.
That I had mentioned, that I had a piece that I had that we highlighted. So yeah.
Okay. There we go. What's up, Carl?
I need to go back and watch your show with Bill.
There you go.
When how long ago was that, Steve?
Maybe 2 years ago.
Years back. Okay. Also like seeing the new official co-host, Peter. The new official. That's funny. Hey, what's up, Chuck? Paris has the best comic stores. Take your word for it. Is that true, Steve? Do you know about that?
I have not been to any comic stores. I've been to 2 or 3 galleries.
Okay.
The Museum of Modern Art had a comic art exhibit the last time I was there, which was very cool. So they had a lot of, Mouse and Frank Miller stuff, and Calvin Hobbes and Peanuts across the board. European, Franco-Belgium and American art. So,
right. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. How long ago was that? A few years ago?
That was, I want to say, September of 2024, 2023.
Oh, okay.
It's all a blur.
In the last couple of years ish.
Yeah. The time before that, I saw Kim Jung-ji at Gallery DM. He was doing a live demo.
Demonstration?
Yeah. That was that was the week he died. So I left Paris. Yeah, I left Paris, got home. They had art on the walls that they were selling of his. And I was hemming and hawing about do I, don't I? Because a lot of it was pretty sexually explicit. Not stuff you might hang in the house when guests are around. And I woke up one morning and I'm like, I got to buy something. And I go on the site and all the art's gone. And then I'm like, what the hell? And sure enough, he had died that night, the day before.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy timing, right? Wow. And you actually, I mean, that's fortunate. You got to see him live doing one of those demos. I mean, that's pretty amazing, like memory to have. Like, to actually, I've seen him do it live, and that's pretty awesome. Wow, what crazy timing! Like, how crazy it must have been when you heard he had died, right? Like, it's like, what?
It was shocking because he wasn't an old guy. He was young. He was vibrant. He was looked happy.
Yeah, exactly.
No signs that he would possibly he had a heart attack in the airport.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah.
You never heard what it was. Wow, a heart attack in the airport.
He looked healthy, right? He wasn't.
Yes. Yeah. You wouldn't say, "Oh my God, he's got health issues," or he better watch, what he's drinking or what he's eating. So
yeah, that's sad. Like I said, good memory for you, even though followed by an immediately terrible memory. But
it reminds me of Ringo, the artist Ringo, who suddenly.
Oh, Ringo, Mike Ringo, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Ringo, who just suddenly died. I think he had a blood vessel burst in his brain or something like that, a stroke or something. Just died at home. And he was fit. He was, he went to the gym. He was in great health.
Wow. Yeah, I remember. It was shocking. I also didn't hear what it really was, but that's crazy. Carl says, okay, so Jesse Lawner again. Of course it had to be Carl. Well, who else would you be trying to push on people? You're like a drug pusher. Has been on my radar as someone to check out what Steve said, who his rep was. Oh, so Steve, you showed Jesse to him?
I believe so. Well, he's saying he was already on his radar though. So
and he went right. Well, okay, yeah, sure. But
I pointed him to the art rep, maybe.
Yeah. You were the push he needed. Yeah. Oh, look at Robert. Are comics fine art? Discuss. Not again. Maybe in the future it might come up. You never know. It could come up, especially if Matt pops in. You know it's going to come up, but not tonight.
Yeah.
Let me see. So they have more toys and statues. Let's see. I know Robert. It will never stop. A good friend of mine lived by General Square, worked in Washington. Okay, you guys talk to each other. Calvin and Hobbes show at the Fenimore Museum in Cooperstown right now. Nice, Sonny. Calvin and Hobbes show. Well, I've never been to Cooperstown. If I ever went to Cooperstown, it would be to go see the Hall of Fame. You know, so yeah. Don't increase my fear of flying. It's not that I have a fear of flying. I just have a hatred of flying. There's a big difference, Stanley.
You have a fear of crashing, not of flying.
No. I don't have that either. I'm not scared of that. No. I just hate the entire airport experience. Yeah. That's. Ugh. I hate airport.
Before 9/11.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I still kept going pretty often on planes up until 2007. And then I just got burned out on it, you know. And especially because with me, the thing is, keep in mind, being in Canada, every flight for me is international. Right? So, when you're international, you better get here 3 hours early, you know, and it's like, oh my God. So yeah, you're leaving your house and it's like, it's so many hours have passed before you're even in the air. And it's like, you add in all that time, you know, the hassle of going through not only security, but of course, customs. And they ask you all sorts of stupid questions. They treat you like a criminal, blah, 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 whatever. So yeah, it's the whole experience of air travel, you know. Aneurysms are hidden and unforgiving. Indeed. Frank Brockle in the house. Peter, it's easy to quit buying art. I've done it several times. I love that. Well said.
Moral support.
So is there a piece of art that if you bought today, you would say, I'm calling it quits? Like, this has scratched all the itches. This is like the ultimate want list item, and screw the rest.
No.
That's an addict. Yes. Spoken like a true addict.
I don't know if you're an addict. You must be an addict too. We're all addicts on this show, but even with the Grail list, it's still like I have certain favorite issues where I want to collect pages from, and that's never ending. That's a Nick Barucci quest, you know. It's a fool's errand.
That's the thing about collecting, though. I think for most people, with very, very few exceptions, most people do have more than enough tastes, you know, in different types of art, like, you know, different artists, different characters, different title, whatever, that even if they got, you know, their favorite piece of all, you know, like, sure, they'd love it, but I think, I just think they would still, okay, but I still like other things, so I still want to get those too, you know what I mean? That's in my experience, that's how it's always been from talking to many people, you know? Yeah.
It's like a foodie's not going to have an ultimate meal and then say, I'm never going to eat again. They're still going to go out and eat.
That's a little bit different because you need to live.
We need to buy art. Come on.
But you don't need the art to sustain your life, though. You know what I mean? So that's the big difference, right?
Sometimes more of the budget goes towards art than towards, you know, groceries.
Hey, that's actually true. Not for me, but that I've known people who have lived on ramen noodles so that they could buy more art. Yeah, that's not a joke. Right. So plenty of people have done that, you know. Oh boy, yeah. Stanley says, all collectors want just one more. I don't even think it's that. I think they can admit, Stanley, that most collectors want many more. You know, plenty more. You know. Wow, look at that. Jason Kim in the house. What's up? Late but here. You are here. Thank you indeed for dropping by, my friend. Good to see you. There's nothing that I could get that would make me quit. Mickey's like, he just comes out with it. That's it. Like,
but you know
nothing.
what? It's similar to the meal analogy. You can get a piece that like will sustain you for a while, where you think, wow, like I'm satisfied. And I have no eyes. I have eyes for no other piece. But then that feeling starts to kind of fade away, and suddenly you're like ravenous for something more.
Yeah, it's very. I was just had it on screen by Rick. There's always something around the bend. It's true. Always, always, always. Sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it's a few weeks. Rarely is it months. There's always something that's intriguing you. Yeah, there's just so much out there.
What's really bad, if I could say.
Hold on, Peter, hold on. Just want to let Steve know that Robert's with him. Groceries don't last. Art lasts.
There you go.
Start eating your art collection, Robert. Let me see how long you last. Sorry, Peter. Go ahead, man.
What I'm organizing my art. I've bought some nice ring portfolios based on Mikhail and Jeff Wedding's video on one of Bill's on the shows on calf shows, and so now I'm hooked on these ring binders with the very nice.
Oh, so you have started to do that now too? Are you swapping? You're starting to do the whole swap for the whole collection?
Some at least, because they're pretty expensive.
Yeah.
And
how much do they run at 11 by 17?
So 19. I get 13 by 19.
Okay.
13, and they're like $60.
Okay, 60. Yeah, no.
Plus,
okay.
So you get 10 sleeves or 20 pages. 10, 20. No, hold on. Is it 10? You get 10 10.
Oh my God! Only 10?
Yeah, and so
that's brutal. And what are they, like $3 each for the extras, or how much?
Yeah, they're pretty expensive. I don't know how much, but you start doing that, and then you realize, oh, I have a hole here. I have a hole in my collection. Oh, I wish I had another example that was better of this. Oh, this needs something to go with it, and it's like
Yeah.
I don't know if Steve has the same issue, but organizing it can just
it's not called organizing. But it's not called organizing, really. It's curating. It's all a part and parcel of curating, right? The organization, the adding, the subtracting. This looks good with this. Trust me, I do that. Yeah, man. That's all part of it's part of the fun to me. It's part of the fun. I think if you just buy it. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm going to answer Peter, but then at the same time, I feel like I'm dipping into the origin story. When I met Bob at that New York Sean Murphy thing, he said something that kind of stuck with me, which was basically that all collectors, when you start off, kind of go into the deep end and they buy a lot of everything. And then after a while, they curate and they prune back and they focus their collection. And basically, he was, I guess, at the time in that stage maybe of pruning and refining. And I kind of took that to heart because I was new. So I decided I wasn't going to buy just everything. I was going to start with like the curating mindset right away. So I don't have like a crazy collection. I don't have hundreds of pieces or even dozens and dozens of pieces, because I've always had that kind of, I only want 2 examples from that artist or that book. But at the same time, I also have those ring binders now where you can pop them open and just add a few more sleeves. And that's dangerous.
Oh God.
Yeah.
It is super dangerous.
But you see, Carl, look what Carl says, Peter. I'm always curating. Exactly.
Which kind of leads into my question about when do you trade?
Okay, and I haven't forgotten about that. I'm going to get to it. Let me. Probably shouldn't do this. Maybe Steve, if you can do this like as briefly as you can. So Jason says, want to know how Steve is able to maintain his discipline? Very locked into what he's after and patient to get it, unlike the other wild animals like me.
It's in my DNA. Maybe it's because I'm an accountant. Maybe it's because I'm conservative. Maybe it's because I used to collect wine.
Wine?
Wine.
Oh, really? Interesting. Somebody
So,
mentioned wine collecting earlier. Wow.
okay.
Yeah.
So when I got into this hobby, I equated wine collecting to art collecting. And when I started wine collecting, I'd go to the Wine Spectator message boards, and all the old timers would pretty much tell you that all paths lead to Italian Barolo, French Bordeaux, and California Cabs. So no matter where you start, that's where you're going to end up. And at the time, I was buying wine that was, I thought, expensive at 15, $20. And by the end, I was buying wine that was like $300, $1,000 a bottle. And I came into the art collecting hobby with that mentality. I don't want to start with sketches. I don't want to start with commissions. I want to go straight to the Barolos and the Brunellos and the French Bordeaux. So let me just bide my time and study it and find the pieces that matter to me.
Steve, did you?
Go ahead.
I'm just curious if I heard or misheard. Did you say you got to the point where you were buying $300,000 bottles of wine?
No, 300 to 1,000.
300 to 1,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're in the big time there, man. Wow. Yeah, that's wild. But even that's I guess similar to kind of art collectors, because I think the average art collector, and when I say average, I mean if you took all of them combined, the largest group that, from what I can tell, has always been in that group where today are buying things in that sort of 1,000 and below range. I think that's where the largest amount of people reside, and it makes sense, of course, because obviously the more affordable it is, the more accessible it is for more people, right? So that makes sense. So 300 to 1,000 on wine, yeah, that's I would think that's average. In the wine market, are there a lot of people that buy in that price range, or is that considered low or high, or what's that considered, that range?
I don't think there are a lot of people that buy in that price range. At a certain point, it all starts tasting the same.
Right. Oh, I see. So you were buying primarily so you could drink it, not collect it. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, collect in the sense that my wallet outpaced my liver. And if I bought, 2 cases, I wasn't plowing through them, and I would want to watch the bottles evolve, over time. So it behooved me to wait. So naturally, I just ended up collecting bottles.
Right. That makes sense. It just kind of naturally happens that way, right?
Yeah.
I totally get that. Yes, I know we're getting into his origin story. Don't worry. We'll get the full one when we do the show together. Don't worry about it.
I'm afraid to ask Steve a question.
I know.
I'm afraid to say anything at this point.
Yeah, a few tidbits here and there are okay. That's okay. But yeah, we'll be careful. So buying for the vintage. I'm with Mandel on this one. Don't consume your collection. Right. It depends what your reasons are, though, Tom. Right? If you're into it for drinking the wine, well, you drink the wine. Other people just like to collect the bottle. So, okay, I just want to know that I have this Bordeaux from this year, blah, 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 and that's it. And they don't drink it. So, and the labels, right? And the labels out exactly. Sounds like college all over again. Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear. Maki Pupu has just revealed to us that Rob Reiner has just passed away.
Wow.
Oh, that's sad. Had a good life though, right? He was he in his 80s? How old was, or am I thinking?
I think he was older. Dick Van Dyke outlasted Rob Reiner.
Can you imagine? I just was reading. He was online here in the last 24 hours because he celebrated 100 or 101 or something, like
100 years old on December 13th.
13. Wow. Yeah, that's incredible.
Because Rob Reiner did the Dick Van Dyke Show, right? And married Tyler Moore, and
that's right.
Archie Bunker, or the
Archie Bunker. He produced the Howard Stern movie. He was prolific.
Yeah, for sure.
When Harry Met Sally, maybe even.
Yeah.
He was murdered with his wife?
What?
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I've never done this live, but I'm just going to open another tab just to go to Yahoo and
Yeah.
see if it's the first. See if it's like the first.
Oh my God!
Like thing here on Yahoo. Let me see. Oh my gosh, it is. 2 people found dead at LA home of director and actor Rob Reiner. Wow. Wow. It's funny how they say 2 people were found dead. It says the bodies of a 78-year-old man and a 65-year-old woman were found. A family member close to the Reiners is now being questioned. No arrests announced. So Reiner was actually only 78. It's funny. It's funny because they're saying the property is the home of Reiner and his wife, but the names of the victims haven't been released. I guess. Wow. I guess they still have to officially or whatever.
What the hell's going on?
But that's crazy. Come on, can you imagine to live into your late 70s and that's how you die? Some family member decides to murder you. Wow. That's crazy, man. Seriously, yeah. It's seriously, Al. It's on Yahoo front page, the first thing. Yep, 78 years old. Oh, it's bad. Killed with wife by knife wounds. Yep.
Jesus.
That is crazy, man. That is so crazy. Okay, well, I don't want to bring the show down. Sorry about that, especially on Hanukkah. Especially after all that Hanukkah nonsense that happened in Australia. But we do have to get on with the show because it is late already. And I do want to get into the topic that Steve came on to talk about. So yeah, okay, I'm going to jump the rest because you're all talking about the Rob Reiner thing. And yeah, okay. So
wow, his son?
It's supposedly going to hear about a lot of things. So just before we get into that topic, let's say hello to our friend Matt Kennedy.
Jeez, I feel like, how do you follow the Grim Reaper into the appearance of a show? Holy cow. Well, if we can by any means get beyond what we've been discussing into anything even remotely upbeat, I would greatly appreciate it. But great to share screens with you, Peter, again. Great
nice to see you, Matt.
Thank you for having on. Steve, good to see you. Good to be I'm right next to you on my screen. I'm not sure how that winds up. But I just got home, missed the entire show up to this point, sat down and saw that we were talking about current events and tragedies, and have nothing to add to those. So whatever the next topic will be, very happy to speak about.
That's fantastic, because I was going to tell you, if you did have something you wanted to address, I was going to say, no time for that today, Matt, because we got to get the show on the road. Steve's here for a reason, baby, and we're going to let him take it right now. So it's perfect timing.
Look at those guns. Look at that gun Steve's going up in the foreground there.
There's no guns.
And Peter, you see what I meant, what I taught you earlier about what a stan is? Stanley's a stan. Look at him. Look. Yes, Matt.
Hey, Stan, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
I mean, I love Stanley, but
CJ,
man,
I think
you kissed some sweet Matt ass. Let me tell you, man. Okay. So with that being said, Steve, why don't you kick it off and tell us what it was that I'm assuming it was what you were talking about that you wanted us to raise in the last couple of episodes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Which is the question I posed during the 5-hour session last week, and it has to do with trading up on your collection, because I think even Matt mentioned he's gotten to the point where he's starting to trade.
I am, yeah.
And when do you identify the right time, the right pieces to trade away, and the right piece to trade for? Because I'm getting to the point where I don't know that I can afford the art that I'm interested in, and I'm going to have to start letting pieces go. And what's the process?
James Siegel would be great tonight, honestly, for that, because James Siegel has very successfully invested the overturn of pieces from his collection into amazing acquisitions. And I mean, it's hard to explain. Like, it really depends what you want and what you feel you're in the market for. And I got to say this, Steve, you know, that when you have something a long time, there are two things that can happen, right? Like, you either love it and you never want to get rid of it, or you become complacent about it. And if in your, but in your complacency, I feel that you may undervalue what that piece may mean to the person that feels about it the way you felt about it when you first acquired it. So that trade value will greatly depend upon how much it appeals to somebody else. So every piece is a unicorn in this scenario. Every piece is different. Now, there are pieces that we can sort of collectively say, oh, that's a great piece, that'd be easy to sell. But honestly, just like we see in auctions, it's two people. Two people decide what a piece is worth. Every single auction, it is two people that decide what a piece is worth. So if you have stuff that you felt is quality that you've held on to this long and haven't already sold or traded away, now granted, some stuff you may want to sell and it doesn't sell and you're stuck with it. But like, if you've got stuff that you're like, maybe I'll sell this and I'll put this out there and maybe see what it's worth, and it doesn't necessarily sell and you put it off the market. Sometimes you put it out there for 25% more and it sells. Like, that the person who wanted it didn't feel they needed it until they were afraid it was going to get beyond their budget, not your budget. So what you want maybe is immaterial, but as it refers to trade up, I guess it really depends on if someone has something that you want and you want it, you have to have something that they want. But mostly the way this hobby works, and I'm sure, Peter, if you have any experience in this end of it, you would probably agree that sometimes it's a 3-way, 4-way, or 5-way sale of like where you're trading to get things around into like making a deal absolutely perfectly work out. It's almost like stocks.
I have to confess, before you say anything in response, Steve, I'm still not even sure I understood the question. Like, I don't even know, are you saying like is it a how or a when type question? I'm not sure.
It's when and how. Because, for example, you guys have way more experience than me. And you guys have way more.
I was going to say, give us a hypothetical if you can.
Yeah, sure. You know, I'll give you a specific. Many moons ago, I put out on CGC that I was interested in a Dave Mazzucchelli piece. I was looking for a Born Again page. Wow. Someone reached out and showed me, you know, the page they had. And I threw out a price, and they agreed. So I immediately sold something. And then that person backed out.
Oh.
Well, you know, it's not like I'd given them a deposit or something. I guess shame on me for not locking it in.
No. I'm going, because you sold the damn piece. So you lost the piece and you didn't get the piece you wanted, you know?
Again, right, James would be a great person to have on this show.
I know.
James was involved in a situation where someone backed out and he sued them for it and got it.
It's still kind of like ongoing. He hasn't revealed the story yet. It's coming soon, he said. So I wouldn't want him, you know, I wouldn't want to talk about James's situation now anyways, just until he...
But to that, Steve, I would say the order is important, right? Like that, even if you don't necessarily have the means, it's better to lock in the purchase and then find a way to pay for it if you're pretty sure you have a way to pay for it. The easier scenario on that possibility scale would have been that you reached out to this buyer, he spit out a price, and I am so amazed that you found a buyer that was like, I have a Born Again page for sale that you want, that reaches like your scale of like, this is something I want to own, not just some like random page. And there are some there are random pages in that there are pages that mean more than others.
Right.
And that if you agree on that price, then I would have thrown it on a card and made it work out and then figured out how to make that happen. And I'm going to be full disclosure. I was involved in a sale of a piece 12 years ago, 10 or 12 years ago, where someone reached out to me to ask about a piece that I did not have listed for sale. And they're like, hey, I love this piece. will you sell it? And I'm like, well, you're going to have to make a really good offer or I'm going to say no. And they spit out a price. I'm like, that to me is an insult. No. And they kept hitting me and hitting me and hitting me. And they kind of got close to the range. And I was like, maybe. Or, yeah, I guess. Okay. But then 2 things happened, which changed and forever changed the deal. They were paying in a foreign currency and chose to pay in a way that it would cost me money rather than them money to make the purchase. And I had made it pretty clear that I already didn't really want to sell this, but it had to go a certain way. And and there was a lot of back and forth, and I had not been enjoying it, and made them known that like, look, this is how this is going to work, or it's not going to work. And they did this thing, and I'm like, that's the last straw. No, I'm not going to accept this. I'm refusing the payment from PayPal. I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to sell this piece to you. And then they came back to me and said, well, this is fucked up because I sold this other piece from this artist from this run because I thought I was getting this piece. And I was like, well, then you shouldn't have fucked with me. You shouldn't have been like such a jerk about this whole thing that made me not want to sell you the piece. I am sure this is not your situation. I'm sure this is not how this went down. But having been on the other side of a type of that transaction, I can say that I would never have done that except for the way that the person went about doing it, and that I think that it happens more often than not. Not more often than not, more often than people think. But after hearing James's story, which is really similar to your story, and there was a lot of emails and agreements and text messages, yes, accepting down payments, and then that buyer just fucking off, like not honoring like what they had already taken a down payment on. That was very different than what my situation was, but there are different versions of that. And right. I wanted to put that out there because there are different versions of that, and say that person that you talked to was certainly dishonorable, but you had not locked in a legal guarantee of the sale. And so, and James would be like, well, in my case, I did lock down a legal version of the sale. And I'm like, yeah, you did. Like, clearly you did. And then you won it in court. So not only did you theoretically lock it in, you did. So for anybody that's in the chat and has an opinion one way or the other about how that should go, there are certain hurdles that you have to pass in order for a sale to constitute a sale. And the most basic version is this. The most basic version is, in order for a transaction to be completed, there has to be a payment, an acceptance of that payment, and a providing of the service or product, and then it is an established transaction. And where things can get fuzzy is in the acceptance of the payment and the providing of the good, right? So we see this when people buy commissions that don't get delivered. They send a payment, the person takes the payment, they pull it out of their account, they pull it out of their PayPal account, it goes into their bank, they don't refuse it, it's not like a return, it's not an immediate thing, and they never deliver, and that is fraud. That is a fraudulent transaction where they have promised to provide a service and then don't. But is there an agreement wherein the purchaser of a commission, in this case it's an established page, so it's a little different, but is there an establishment of when that is to be provided? Do you outline in your purchase when you send money of like, and you should always do this, and you didn't reach that point, Steve, so this is different, but like where I am paying you for this thing, I am expecting it by this point, and this is payment in full in the PayPal payment statement. Whether or not you send it as a gift, which I do not recommend unless you've already done business with them and it's cool, or whether you send it in the memo for a transactional payment, then you have a log of what was expected when you sent that payment. And if that deal is not met, that person is now in violation of the agreement of why you sent the money. They don't have to agree with it because you sent them money. So your stipulation is this. You can choose to not accept the money. You can choose to return it, refuse it. But if you take that money, the stipulation that's put in the memo is now the only transactional record. And so for anybody who's in the chat who is at a crossroads of having, a disagreement or an unsatisfying recommendation, you are empowered by as much information and as much of a track record as you have for the sale of these things and how they wind up. In your case, Steve, this is a terrible situation. I feel for you. I've been in similar situations that weren't quite as deep, and I can't imagine what you had to sell to afford like a beautiful page from that amazing run. So it must have hurt. But that you really have to keep yourself protected on every end of it and understand that establish a guarantee of sale, establish a guarantee of transaction, and follow that process to a conclusion that will favor you in how you outline that transaction. And now I will put myself on silence.
So, Steve, the question is, how much of that applied to you and how much answers your question?
Well, one could say I'm going to gun for a piece from this artist, from this book, from this run, and I don't have the cash, so I'm going to sell preemptively these 3 pieces. But nobody wants to do that because the likelihood of that Grail piece popping up, you never know. But then you have the situation where maybe someone offers it to you personally, or there's a piece that comes up on auction. Like even Felix mentioned 2 weeks ago, how he picked up something, but he had already kind of, laid the groundwork to get rid of 2 pieces to kind of fund. That's the hard part, right? Where you snap of a finger can already identify the pieces and identify the people that are willing to take them off your hands to get close to covering the cost of that auction piece or that piece that's being offered to you privately. Like even Dave Mandel had to sell a bunch of stuff to afford, that X-Wing, and went on Felix's show and kind of went piece by piece and said, this one I made, I got hosed on. This one I made more than I thought. And I kind of netted what I thought I would get. So trading art to get art, there are so many variables, I'm not sure how to navigate it. Especially when you don't have the connections. Like I'm sure Felix knows everyone. Everyone's on his Rolodex. And it's probably not that big a deal for him to find the people that are willing to take those pieces of art off his hands. For a schlub like me, if the opportunity arises and I see something I want, I can identify the pieces, but then I feel like I'm going to go down the path of getting rid of something, or maybe not even getting rid of something. Maybe the pieces I've identified, nobody wants them, or nobody wants them for the price I've pegged them at. So it seems like there's an art to it, and I don't know that it gets done often. So I was curious to know what other people's experiences were and when you kind of pull the trigger.
Peter, have you, Peter, ever done trades?
No, not yet. I've been leery of doing it because of the, how do you determine value versus value? And
right. Well, but like clearly, both parties sort of, you're upfront with each other, hopefully, and you state what you think it's worth around, and you because you've got to see if you're on the same page or not, right? I mean, if you're completely not on the same page, then nothing's ever going to happen. So you kind of have to.
Yeah, I think I'm at the point where I'm just not ready to give up anything, or I've only given up a few pieces, and I'm like I'm not quite a black hole collector, but I'm close to. Right. And so I have that psychological issue of giving things up. So I've only sold a handful.
Yeah, I have a little experience, and it's what empowered me to kind of feel free to announce, even like on my Calf Gallery, that I'm open to trades. That I had a couple of trades that went really well. Like I had people that contacted me about art pieces, and this is beautifully in the height of the pandemic, and they're like, would you accept graded comics? I was like, well, what do you have? And so one buyer, I had a DPS from Ultimate Spider-Man, a really nice page from the Ultimate Hobgoblin story. And the buyer had either a first new costume Green Lantern Hinla 1 or a 9.8 of the first He-Man Masters of the Universe in DC Presents. And Kevin Smith was just preparing his new Masters of the Universe show, and nobody had really seen anything on it. I'm like, well, this seems pretty hot. I'll trade for that. And that book was at that point valued a little bit above what the cost of the artwork was priced at. And I was like, I think this is probably going to go a little bit higher. And I wanted to, if they're offering to trade me for something that I have for sale, I want more. I want 25% more. Like, I think that's a fair trade. Like 20 to 25% more, depending upon it is, I think is a fair trade-off. Like if you're reaching out to me saying, I want your thing, and I'm like, well, what do you got? Well, I've got this. It's not going to be one-to-one. If I'm a dealer and I'm contacting another dealer, I'm now at a weakness because I'm saying, I want what you have. So I understand that you need to make money off of this. I don't know what you paid for it. Expect to pay a 20 to 25% at least, I think, tariff, shall we say, on that piece. Other dealers get much more mercenary about it, and they want like a double or something. And depending upon what a piece means to you, if you're willing, if you got stuff cheap and you're like, oh, well, I only paid a little bit for this and this and this, and they're willing to take like 10 pieces instead of like, like a 1-for-1, then maybe you care less about those pieces and you're willing to go to that more extreme trade. But I made $2,000 immediately off the sale of that 9.8 DC Comics Presents at the height of the pandemic, before that Masters of the Universe animated series premiered. And then it sank in value tremendously, but the timing really matched up, and I ended up making a ton more on what I would have gotten if I had even offered if that guy had the money to pay what I wanted, which was way less. I made way more money. So sometimes it's not even apples to apples, like sometimes it's, a very, very different trade, and it works out. But that was the first thing that I was like, oh, well, that worked out pretty well. What else will work out that well? And then sometimes I get people reach out and they're like, oh, I really like this piece, but I've got, this, and this, and they're not interesting to me at all. They're not good. And they're going to be really super hard for me to resell. I don't want them, which is like, to Peter's point, like, I'm no longer looking for stuff to resell. I'm looking for shit I actually want, so like, if I'm going to trade a piece that I have now, I want to trade towards something that's going to be part of what I'm now viewing as a more long-term collection. And that's everybody's personal thing. Like, there's no one way to look at it. You really have to know you have to know your collection, and you have to, I think, to an extent, be a little focused, unless you're a dealer with a tremendous online presence and like an easy way to sell stuff. Like if you're Anthony, or if you're, like Ramita Man, and you're constantly having shows on CAF where you get to like sell stuff, and you're doing shows all the time where you've got like a really high percentage of turnover, that's a very different story than it is for probably most people that are on CAF, that are posting their stuff, that you're reaching out and saying, hey, I noticed you've had this piece since, holy shit, 2012. And I'd really, if you want to free it up, I would be interested in it. And then that's a conversation, right? Like you're like, then if they're interested at all, they'll reach out and say, well, usually, well, what did you have in mind? You're like, well, you never want to bid against yourself, but that's the situation you're in when you reach out to somebody who has something that's not for sale. Is the onus is on you to offer a price that is above market price for that piece, so that you're not an asshole, so that you're not a jerk. And that's maybe the hardest part, right? Like, is because of course you don't want to bid against yourself, but you also don't want to be a jerk, and you want to be fair. And sometimes you may offer something that's fair or above fair, which I think is really the metric. And that person is like, has a very unrealistic value of what that is. And you're like, okay, I'm really sorry. I don't think I'm really there right now. I really appreciate you getting back to me. I was really thinking it was in this range. You know what? I also have some other stuff. So maybe we can do like a cash and trade thing. But really, I'm thinking about this price. And that may open them up. And again, they may hit you back with a really unrealistic price of they want 200% in cash of what you are assessing it at and a piece that's almost equal value. And then you can just be like, I think we're at an impasse. I'm really sorry this didn't work out. I'm still really thinking in this range. And it's a beautiful piece. Please enjoy it. Move on. It's not a one-itis. We are in a hobby of individual things, but there's a lot of individual things. There's a lot of individual things that we can all enjoy. I mean, we're collectors.
Yeah, can I say something?
Can I just want to read Jeff's comment and then you can go, okay, Peter? So Jeff says that I agree. Market price is for things that are for sale. If you're trying to prize something free, be prepared to pay 50 or up to even 100% over market.
Yes. Yeah. I'm 100% in agreement with what they said. I'm not 100% in agreement that it should be 100% over market. But I think
but the numbers are always debatable, and it's up to whoever's involved, right? But
150% is probably a really good thing. But if you're trading and you have a piece that could also be assessed at really 150% of its value, then you have to take that into consideration too. So if it's and very rarely, honestly, to Steve's point, and I think to Peter's point too, and the chat's point, is that it's very rarely a 1-for-1, right? Like it's usually a difference. It's not usually like I have this. It's not like when we were kids and we were trading baseball cards. It's really like I've got this and you have this, and there's going to be an overhang in one direction or the other, or hey, your piece is worth this and I really like it. I have this much more valuable piece, but I can't really do a 1-for-1 trade for it. Can I trade this for this thing that you have that I want? And can you also give me a couple $100? Like that's probably going to be the most common type of transaction, but we all have different scales. And so that's where the negotiation comes into play. But I think, as you said, you mentioned Felix and you mentioned some other people. It's like the more that people know you in the hobby, because then one person's going to mail something. Who mails it first? Like that becomes a thing. Like that whole trust issue of who sends it first is a thing.
Well, I will say that as a general rule, and I didn't learn this from anybody. It's just what I always just assumed instinctively, right? When I first got into the hobby, was like when it comes to trading, well, the onus to ship first should be on the person who approached. So in other words, if I'm the approacher, I'm reaching out to you out of the blue, right? And I say, hey, I really like this piece you have, whatever, would you like to trade? And let's say we work out a trade that we're both happy with. I absolutely would expect that I would ship first because I reached out to you. You don't know me from a hole in the wall. I reached out to you. You didn't come looking for me. You know what I mean? So just general.
If they don't know you from a hole in the wall, yes. But if you are an established person in the community,
that's different. Of course, there's obviously depends how well are you known. Do they know you?
Right.
Whatever. Obviously.
But I generally agree with that. Like even as an established person in the community, but how well do you know the other person? Like even though you reached out, that doesn't mean they're an honorable person just because they have what you want. So
I mean, listen, Matt.
Bona fides mean something, right, Peter?
We totally get each other. Believe me, because there's so many different. There's so many different variations on what could happen. Like in terms of how well does this guy know that guy or that guy know, right? There's so many different ways to do it. Listen, me, if I've been around for 30 years and I happen to know that the guy I'm reaching out to has been in for 2 years, I may try to. I feel weird about it, but I may still try to see if he can ship me first or whatever. But to be honest, deep down, it still feels like the onus is on the person reaching out.
And make sure they own it.
As a general rule,
make sure they actually own it. Because I think the biggest problem in trading is that there are people that are presenting pieces that they don't actually own. And you see this a lot on Facebook and other places, right? I mean, we're giggling because we know we've seen it. And so that's where, you know, reputation becomes important. I was looking at this and I was hoping you would pull this up.
Yeah, let me read it. So Steve, my good buddy Steve says, not my new good buddy Steve on camera here, but B&G Steve says, so despite Matt's advice, unless I know the exact amount of trade I want to offer, I don't see what's wrong with first expressing an interest to purchase and see how the art owner responds. There's nothing wrong with that if you have money, but usually people, not usually, but let's say
they're
often
usually tire kickers, right? They're usually tire kickers. They're time wasters. They're tire kickers. They want to know if it's for sale. They kind of want an idea of how much you want for it because they have something similar. They have no real actual investment in wanting your piece, and it's a pain in the balls. So like, this is like the most common part of the hobby are the tire kickers that are like, hey, is this still available? And you're like, yeah, here's my website. Here's how you can buy it. Oh, okay.
Well, so I might be, you know, how do I say this? I appreciate the advice, Matt, because, you know, I'm very, you know, I've dipped my toe a couple times into this. And in one case, the person said, well, make me an offer. And I go, oh, I mean,
you hate it. Yeah,
I hate it because number one, I don't want to screw myself and I don't want to screw the other person. I want to be, I don't want to.
You don't want to insult, but you don't want to trade. You
don't want to insult them. Right. You don't want to insult them. But here's the thing, Peter, is what I tell everybody in that situation.
This is a good person. You know, I know this is a valid person, good person, long on calf. And, you know, I respect the person. So I don't want to like make an offer that's going to be an insult.
No, but that's why the onus is on you in that situation. Like, are you talking a trade or a purchase? Just a purchase? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about reaching out to somebody with something that's not for sale, I would imagine, right? Like
yes.
Yeah.
It's
on you. You have to offer. It's unfortunately because it's not for sale, you have to be like, how about this?
Yeah, and if you don't want to offend, right? That's the fear, and I get that.
Offer higher.
Absolutely. You have to do your homework, figure out what the fair market value is, and at that point, you determine how comfortable, how high above market value are you willing to offer that you're comfortable with, and then approach very nicely and say, "Yeah, I understand. If you're not interested, I just want to let you know if you find yourself towards letting that piece go, I would love to offer you this much for it." You know what I mean? And then they know right away what you're dealing with, and you know what I mean?
And I've had a different situation where somebody, I say, I'm interested, and they offer me a price, and I go, oh my God, that price is pretty high. And at the same time, I'm just kind of a polite guy, I think. I'm just kind of, I'm very, I don't want to insult someone. And I say, well, if I go back to them with a counter offer, they're going to think I'm just an asshole. Oh. And so, I mean, Matt, I'm very different from you in that way, in that I'm very cognizant of, how I might affect someone else in the deal. And I don't want to come off as, a ruthless or a jackass or whatever.
I'm with you there. I'm in the same way. And it is when there's a piece I really like, I mean, if there's a piece I like, I have an idea. First, I want to know if it's for sale, and I hope they have a number. And I'll be like, hey, I love this piece. I know you've had it a long time. If you ever want to sell it, please reach out to me and let me know. And I usually leave it at that. And so then sometimes I don't hear back at all. And sometimes they reach out and they're like, well, what did you have in mind? And my response may be like, I'm honestly not that sure. Let me look into it. Let me see what I could comp this to, and I'll get back to you. And then you should be like, okay, or no response, or a number. And then I'll look it up. I'll go and I'll look at something similar. Not every page has an easy comp, but a lot do. And you can usually look at a recent sale of something in kind to it without being insulting. Like, certainly there are certain artist and writer collaborations that are much more important than anything that artist has ever done, regardless of whether the page they have is a panel page and you're comping to a cover. These can be very different things. So I try to take that into consideration, and I try to not be insulting if I do that. And I will tell them how I've come to the number and said, well, this is what these are going for. Based on these, can you give me a number that you would be happy with? And so then I put it back on them after giving them some numbers. And if they want to sell, they'll give me a number. If they don't want to sell and they want a fucking, magic happy ending, then they're going to keep coming back to me and hope that I hit some fantasy number that they have in their head. And they may, at the end of the day, I may agree to it. And like Steve, find out that after I raise the money for it, they don't want to sell it. So I find that multiple back and forth, ongoing conversations reach a much better conclusion. And sometimes you may say, and, oh, hey, I don't know if you see my collection. I have some of this stuff. I have some of this stuff also available. If there's something you want and you want to do a mix and match of cash and trade, we can get into that as well. So you give them options. What you're really giving them is an option to say yes, as opposed to putting yourself in a position of outbidding yourself. But, when I've had people reach out to me and be like, oh, well, this page from this same run went for this. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't the same thing. I'm sorry, it's just not. And if you view this as the same, you're probably not the guy that needs to own this page. And I have no problem saying shit like that because it's my fucking page. So like, if they're reaching out to me and they want it and I don't think they deserve it, they can't have it at the end of the day. And maybe I'm unreasonable. But the worst thing that happened to them is that they didn't spend money that they didn't have. So no harm, no foul.
Would you turn down an offer if they came to you and said, oh, I really want it, I'm offering you X, and it was reasonable to you, but then they intimated that, yeah, I'm kind of, going to be eating ramen noodles for the next 2 years and I'm putting it on a credit card? Because I've spoken to collectors that have rejected offers because of stuff like that.
Oh, no, I want that person to have it. Like that makes me want them to have it, and I'll give them awesome recipes of how to make those ramen noodles better. But I want my money. Like, right. If they offer me the money, I'm not a sob story guy. Like, I have the world's smallest violin right here, and it's playing a song for the lonely. And I could give a fuck about what has befallen them. But if they have made it a point of like, I'm gonna pay you and this hurts, I'm like, you deserve it. Like, that makes me feel great about it. I put extra shit in that box. They don't just get that page. They get the book it came from, if I have it, and I probably do, and other stuff, because that's the person who should have gotten it, I think. Like, I don't want to sell to the Janesh's of the world, but sometimes they have more money than I can say no to. But in my, like, utopia of comic book egalitarianism, it should be people that really love each individual piece. And the best person isn't necessarily, sometimes it's a guy that's trying to assemble the whole book, and he's done so in spite of everything else. He sold every other piece in his collection to get every page in a book. I hope that guy gets it. If I'm the last guy that has the last page, even if it's the crappiest page in the book, I know it's worth more than the cover. And I'm going to hold that guy to the end of the earth. He's going to pay me through the ass for that shit. But, to everybody else, like to the guy that's like got a gazillion dollars. And I mean, a lot of us are like that. I'm sorry, Peter. I think you're hoping I was a better person. I'm not. The fact is that piece, when I bought it, meant something to me. I'm not the guy that owns the worst page in a book, so this is moot. But like, so I guess it's not even really the opposite example, because that's what you're objecting to. I think is like, oh, you're gonna hold the guy up on the worst page of the book. No, I don't own the worst page in the book. If it was an add-on in a trade I got, I'll sell it to that guy for $5 more than I paid for it, because I don't care. But if it's a good page and I've had it a long time and somebody who's piecing together something, I'm more likely to give it to him than some guy that thinks it's an important page that he can resell 5 years later on Heritage. Like, I do want that page to go to the right guy, and usually it will. But also, and I got to say this, guys that are putting together full books, I don't think I have their pages. I just don't think I have their pages. So that's never even a consideration. If I did, and it was in my power to give that to them honestly, for the same price, like if it didn't hurt, I would absolutely do it. But that's not what I collect. I don't collect that stuff. The stuff that I have is usually like the baller page from a thing I loved, or something that represents the thing I love from that artist and team. Or these days, most of what I collect are commissions. So I'm very capable of giving amazing ramen recipes to the folks that can't afford stuff, and helping them complete their collections. But that's not usually what it is, Steve. It's usually some dude with more money than I will ever own offering me less than I deserve.
So I'll say this, that somebody sold me a page because they knew I was trying to complete the book. Awfully nice. And they sold it to me for what they bought it for. And, I feel sort of like that, that if somebody was trying to complete a book and I had a page, I would give them a very reasonable price, and would be something that I am not, trying to make a profit on, or it would be comparable to what the, maybe what I, not, basically, a fair price, not any markup,
It depends. I mean, well, in your case, it's comma, because someone did it for you, so you feel like you have to do it for somebody else.
I want to pay it forward.
You have to, but like that you want to. And I think I would probably do that. Honestly, I just have never really been in a position where that was a thing with someone that was really serious about that. You know what I mean? And in my experience, most of the guys that are completing books, and if I have a page from a book they're trying to complete, they're made of money. So they're going to pay for it. But if I had, if I got in a trade where I got a page and then there was a throw in and it was this page, and it was a page that a collector that was trying to complete this series that I had no investment in, did not care about. And I'd be like, and they reached out and been like, dude, I don't even know why I'm telling you this, but like, I'm trying to complete this book and you have this page. I might just give it to him. Like, I may not even care. I got I've been gifted stuff that didn't necessarily make sense for my collection. So I found the person that should have gotten it. Like, I've looked on their CAF galleries and I'm like, hey, I see you collect this thing. Can I send you this? Like, this was a gift to me from somebody else, and I don't want to sell it because that feels a little dirty, but I think that you should have this. And I've totally, at my own expense, mailed it to them, like, expecting nothing in return. That's different, I think, than what I usually see in that completist thing, from some people that we've mentioned that will reach out and be like, hey, I see this isn't for sale, but similar pages have sold 3 years ago for X amount, so I'm gonna offer you exactly that. And you're like, fuck yourself. And then you don't, and people don't put them on blast, but like every time I talk to people, they're like, oh yeah, I have that first appearance page, and one of two people offered me way less than market value for them, and then I see them sitting on this and selling it a couple years later, like every time they acquire something, and I'm like, don't sell to them.
Well, there are those, and then there are those sob stories that you hear about, those very famous sob stories that an artist gets, and then the next thing you know, the thing is flipped.
Yeah.
But if you know the people, and you know their background, that kind of guides you in your pricing.
When I was in California, and during the years where there was a California resale royalty, and I don't think it exists anymore, but for a very long time it did. I reached out to every person that I resold the piece from, and if I sold it for more than I bought it for, and I always sold it for more than I bought it for, I reached out to them and said, you know, the California Resale Royalty Act says I have to pay you 5%. Can I send you 5%? And a lot of artists were like, that's not necessary. And I'm like, but I'm offering you like free money. And they were so used to not having that happen. I think they thought I was trying to scam them by sending them money. Like when I saw that Jock page, so that amazing view of like, it's from the first issue of the Black Mirror, and it's Dick Grayson as Batman, and he falls back, and it's like the most perfect articulation of motion. And that was the page that the guy just fucked around with me, and I'm like, you know what, you're not getting it. And then like a couple days later, out of the fucking blue, another guy reached out, and he's like, if this is for sale and you haven't sold it for less than X amount of money, and I'll just say, I think he said it was less than $10,000. He's like, I would absolutely pay it. And I was like, you're the guy that needs it. You're the guy that gets this page. And he worked out a series of bank wires where it didn't cost me anything to process the payment. He did it in a month and a half. He was like, I was standing right next to you when you bought this off of Dave's table at Comic-Con, and I bought this other page, and he shot me a picture. I'm like, yeah, you're definitely the guy that gets this page. And I could have been like, it's a little low, knock it up. I was like, no. At that point, I was like, I'd already decided that I was willing to let it go. And this other guy fucked me around, and I wasn't going to let him have it because of his bullshit and charging me more money than we had agreed on. So I canceled it, did not accept any of the payments. And then this other guy reaches out, and I'm like, yes, you get to have it. Like, no problem. And
how things kind of align that way, you know, sometimes.
But then I reached out to Jock, and I'm like, hey, I just sold your page for a lot more than I bought it for. I want to give you the California resale royalty rate. And he was like, huh? Oh, nah. No, that's okay. No, never mind. No. And I was like, it's free money, dude. He's like, no. He's like, no, my new work is actually selling for more. No, it's okay. So it was like, I couldn't tell if Jock thought it was charity or like if he thought I was trying to screw him some way by giving him money. But he was like, I don't want anything to do with getting money for this resale of a piece that I sold through my rep 10 years ago. It was weird. Like, comic artists have been, I think, to a degree, conditioned against deserving things. And honestly, there were several years where the Royalty Act was in effect and it went away and it came back. And anything that we sold at the gallery that I ran in that time frame, I still just sent checks because I knew the artists anyways of the people that I represented. And that was the only work that I was representing for resale. I would just send them money. I wouldn't ask them if they wanted money. I would just send them money. And they hey, I just got a check from you. What was this for? I was like, I resold the piece from a private collection. Oh, awesome, thanks. I used it to buy this, or I just had car trouble and I needed this. And that was cool. But it's funny, if you asked them, almost 2-1, they felt like they didn't deserve it. Like they didn't want it. So it's like, it's a really, every aspect of it can be strange. And that's one isolated example. But like when it comes down, if it's a trade, that wouldn't even be a thing, right? Because it's not an actual exchange of money. And then there was rules about like it had to be more than it was sold for originally. It had to be more than $1,000. Like, so a lot of factors came into the resale. But when it comes to like value and like how things can appreciate, like you say, it's like, well, I try to do the right thing. Like if I'm making more money off of somebody who made no money on originally, I got no problem sharing with them.
So Steve, have you gotten anything answering your questions out of all of it?
No. It's so nuanced. It's nuanced, right? Yeah.
It's very nuanced. Yeah.
We're holding the thought, I think he said.
Oh, did he?
I think he said hold that thought, and then he popped off.
Oh, that was weird. I didn't hear that. Matt, you there? Can you hear me? Okay. Did you hear him say anything, Peter?
No.
Okay.
I was listening to Steve, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it goes back to that the art of the trade. It's hard enough to put a value on something you want to acquire. Now have to agree on the value of the thing that you're giving up to acquire it. And then, like you said, Ruben, if you're the one that's reaching out, making the offer, you're the one that's going to be paying that premium. And sometimes that premium comes two ways. One, the piece you want, you need to, go 1x or whatever the multiple is beyond what the market value is to pry it out of their hands. And then two, they're not going to maybe value the pieces that you're looking to trade as much as you think it's worth, even if you've gotten private offers in the past at a higher amount.
Mickey.
Yeah, I know. Well, that and like you said, it's nuanced, right? So there is so much nuance.
I guess I'm curious in stories of when it's worked. Are there common variables that make these trade deals work?
I mean, sure. I mean, look, people make trades all the time. So obviously, people can put their heads together, But I think trading for me, I think it's difficult in the sense that, like, me personally, I have not had a lot. I haven't had what I would call great success with trading. And oftentimes it's much more often it's been people reaching out to me to try to make a trade. And the majority of the reason that they end up being non-successful is typically because people are going to get something from me because they want it, understandably. But what they offer me, it has nothing to do with what I'm interested in or collect. And so I'm always kind of like, well, yeah, that's not of interest to me. I wouldn't want to keep that, And so sometimes, because I've been a dealer as well as collector, sometimes I'll, just to try to see if I can, up the chances or the odds of getting a deal done. If I look at it and I'm like, I'm not interested in what they're offering, I'll say, okay, but what about for me? What if, am I willing to part with this piece from my collection, let's say, and just take stuff from them that I can put on my website and cash out of, So sometimes I'll think of it that way, but oftentimes what happens is, like, they just want one piece, right? So they're looking at this one piece, and what they're essentially offering, I would need to take multiple pieces in exchange, right? And I don't like that, because what that ultimately ends up meaning to me is I give you what you want. I then am forcing myself to take some stuff that I don't really want, not for me anyway, personally, right?
It's inventory now.
Yeah, so now it becomes inventory, and what you've effectively done is you've given me a job, right? Or I've given myself a job where, yeah, sure, even if you give me enough value, right? I may even get more value in that I'm giving up, but I still have given myself a job where I've got to now, okay, I'm going to rescan this stuff. I'm going to put it on my website or whatever, my gallery, and I got to wait. I got to wait for people to come along and eventually, buy all the little pieces, It's just, I feel like I'm doing a favor to you, and I'm not really getting anything out of it,
If you're not Anthony or Berkey or Albert or someone who is like a high turnover, or the Donnellys, where there's a high turnover of what they have, and they've got more potential buyers for the work than you would have if you sold it alone. Because I see a lot of people in the comments like, hey, why don't you just try selling it and raising money? Well, yeah, if you could do that, you would. I mean, like, that's everybody would do that. That's
if it was that easy. Yeah,
it's not a grand secret. Like, not everybody necessarily wants everything at the time that you need the money to sell it. And there are ebbs and flows in when certain types of things become more valuable. but I say this, and I've been saying this all along across many episodes, that I think that we crossed the Rubicon in that most comic art writ large is going to become more valuable than it was. Now, the percentage of how much more valuable is going to greatly depend on what the work is. And the really great stuff is going to become very much more valuable. So I almost think that it's why I'm not super hyped on selling as opposed to trading, is that if I sell it, I know I have a number connected to what I got versus what I put it towards. And in a trade, I can say, well, at least I took this piece and traded in this other thing that's also appreciating at the same rate of value appreciation as a thing that I sold. And I think that's happening. I think that things are getting more expensive. So that's kind of a way of looking at economies that you don't necessarily think of when you're just looking at selling something and getting money, is that the value of money changes. The value of currencies across currencies change. So if you're collecting money from somebody, if you're buying something from somebody who's selling in pounds or euros or yen, that's different depending upon what time of day you paid them, what day you paid them, what the exchange rate is. So like if you're doing a trade, it's much more egalitarian, and you can now automatically connect a kind of like this to that in a way that both are trackable within reason, right? Because as we say, not all these things are the same, but you don't want to get stuck.
In theory, you don't pay taxes.
Well, there's that as well, but but there's also really quickly, Peter, that that what Ruben raised was you don't want to get saddled with something that you don't want to sell, but we all have friends that collect different stuff than we have. So like they may offer up some things that maybe aren't necessarily what I want, but if I see something that's Guardians of the Galaxy and I'm like, oh, Ian may want that. And, even if he's not like in a position to pay like full market value, if I'm getting a deal on it and I know I can recover a certain amount and be like, hey, I may call and be like, do you want this? Because I can get this for you in the trade before I agree to the trade, right? And because there's a lot of elements to the trade that they may have 57 pieces for you to choose from that they're willing to trade in order to get closer to the number that they want. You're still, I think, going to want a little bit of an exchange of cash and product if you're trying to trade towards something else that they don't have. And in a circular, in a multi-level trade, you need to do that to get to the piece that you want. But like if it's a perfect situation where they actually do have things where you can just trade your one thing for 3 or 4 or 5 things that other people may want, it will be, a good thing. But it's also like a good thing in the hobby that you're doing something for fellow collectors. That's an aspect of community within the comic art collecting hobby that isn't surface level. It's not entry level. Like it's when you get deeper in, you start to understand that you have friends that like certain things. My friend Jeff is a big Star Wars collector. My friend Ian loves Guardians of the Galaxy. My friend Daryl is a big Punisher and Batman guy. So like sometimes I pick up stuff and I'm like, I'll offer it out for sale. And if it doesn't sell, I'm like, oh, he's going to want this. I'll just give it to him. Like he's my friend. This will mean more in friendship currency than it would ever mean to me in getting actual money or a trade. And there's all kinds of levels to that in this hobby. And I see it all the time. Like it's really common for people to just give art away. And it's a wonderful part of this hobby.
I do agree with that friendship currency term. I like that term a lot because of this hobby, because of the people in it. I mean, certainly there are certain people, the people that you've referred to, Matt, that doesn't apply to. I was thinking, Steve, when Matt was talking about he got comic for art, a slabbed comic for art. In your case, you have collected wine.
As do I. Oh my God, Steve! Now you just opened up a whole new world of trading.
Is that an avenue that you can, if somebody do they like wine? Is that something that they would consider as part of a trade? I mean,
okay.
you never know.
I collected wine. I sold my entire collection at auction.
Okay.
Started collecting checks that eventually turned into the seed money for this new collection.
Okay.
So wine led me to original art. I'm still an aficionado of the grape.
I just
Good way to
picked
put
up half a case of the 2012 Piper Rare champagne, which just released, and I got it really under market. I was very happy about it. I'm a champagne and Bordeaux collector.
Wow.
Are you?
It's a side quest of Poliacs, 93s, 95s. My with Bordeaux's it's 2009s, with champagnes it's 2002, 2006, 2008, 2012. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I got to let the dog out.
Peter, thank you for mentioning that. I had no idea that he was a wine collector. Oh my God, that blows my mind.
Well, you were talking about trading things for other things, and you never know what people have, and what people are interested in, and certainly wine is something that a lot of people are interested in.
Whiskey. Oh my God. My moving costs when I moved from LA to Las Vegas, I traded a single bottle of whiskey that paid for my entire moving costs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of like getting everything packed into a truck, driven and unpacked. Like it was a single bottle of whiskey, and honestly, it was a bottle of whiskey I only paid I think $80 for, that had gotten very, very valuable in a very short amount of time.
This was not a single malt. This was a blended whiskey.
This was a rye. This is an American rye. Super rare, and I still have 2 bottles of it. And tonight, actually, I went to a party, and I brought somebody. I had promised, and I was like, I really can't drink tonight, but I want you to have this. And gave him a taste of one of the signatory releases of the 1990 Glen Roths, which there were only, I think, 822 bottles of ever. I've owned 4 of them, so I've owned 0.5%, basically of the entire production in my lifetime in the course of like 20 years. Which is a fascinating thing too. But like, it's a different type of limited edition, right? It's a consumable edition that always decreases. So wine and spirits are a very particular type of collectible.
They're a different kind of ephemera.
I mean, but cards too. Like I trade for cards. I've started collecting Pokemon too, and there's trades there.
Sorry, I have to do this. Steve, who let the dogs out? Is that 90s? Yeah, it's like we're going back to the 90s, right? Yeah,
probably.
Yes. Yes.
We're aging ourselves here, Yeah. Okay. So again, every time either you, Matt, or you, Peter, speak, I always want to go back to Steve and see. Okay, what do you think, Steve? Are you getting what you came for, or are you still wondering about something more specific?
Sounds like group therapy here.
It's like,
it is.
Can I qualify that before he answers? Because I think this will help, and I think this will help all around. Steve, what do you collect and what do you have to trade?
Oh man. If you go to my calf, you'll see what I've got. Not much in the way of nostalgia. It's kind of it's mostly modern stuff. What I'm just going to let the cat out of the bag. What I would really like to get is a nice Mobius page, and I'm willing to trade, sell what needs to be traded and sold, knowing that I'm going to have to give up, multiple pieces. But with the example,
yes,
right,
like
right,
sci-fi, the Jodorowsky stuff,
right.
Yeah.
So with the Born Again example where I got burned, and also Felix mentioning how he picked something up at auction, but already had 2 pieces, in the chamber to let go of with collectors that he'd already agreed on in terms of pricing. I'm wondering how you go about doing it without getting burned again. So it's kind of specific to me, but at the same time, it's so nuanced because there's so many ways you can do it. Somebody mentioned in the comments that you build a war chest. But if prices are appreciating and you raise a war chest in today's dollars, where the things that we're selling, for cash today, but then the piece doesn't turn up for a year or two, well, you sold way too early. It's like saying, you know, sell Apple to buy your home 5 years from now. Well, Apple appreciates, the home might not turn up, and you kind of
similar to the wine business, though, right? Like sometimes you're buying a crop before it's available. Like you're buying in before you get it delivered, sometimes by a year or more. So the wine analogy is really, I hate to keep harping on this, but it becomes a really operative example of having to wait to benefit from a price paid earlier. But I think that's all collectibles. If you're not, well, I mean, if you're buying for investment, then you're spending money now for money down the road, and time has to pass. Obviously, Ruben and I do shows about this all the time, where we talk about hang on to it for at least 5 years. And if you sell earlier, then it can hurt. But what we see a lot, and we get explanations in the chat, because like somebody like, that was me, I sold that, you know, but I sold that because of this. But honestly, I sold it for more than the price you saw, because I sold it to somebody that put it up at auction because they didn't want it, because they were trying to turn over part of a bigger deal. So there's a lot of this. Like sometimes people take a little bit of a hurt on the tail end when you compare it to the market price, but they've still made money. And it's like, it's that area between the initial sale and the public sale that can be all the difference between, you know, if it's part of a trade versus if I buy your piece and I lose $10,000 on it, I'm an idiot. But if I trade you 5 pieces for 4 pieces, and by aggregate they make me more money than I paid for it, then I've done well, even though it may appear piece by piece that there was a loss. And that's kind of the missing element of a lot of what we cover when we cover those auction sales of things decreasing in price. But basically, only dealers do that. Like, it's only a dealer that's willing to even consider taking a loss on a piece as part of an aggregate, because they just want to generate more income to buy the next day.
The inventory.
Yeah. Otherwise, private collectors are they're doing dumb things. But for a mass retailer who's bringing stuff to market, that even though it may queue as a loss on one piece, by aggregate, they may be making more money, and so that makes sense to them.
Steve, can I just pop in real quick and ask? Robert Berman's asking, what exactly is your name on for your calf gallery?
I think you got it right when you responded. Yeah.
So it's
I think it's Steve.M.
It is Steve.M with no spaces in between, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Good. Excellent. Thank you.
That's unique.
There you go, Robert.
That's unique. It's a unique calf name.
That's why I couldn't find you. I guess you're the dot in between sort of punts it out somewhere different, whatever. I don't know.
If you type in Steve, he's the first name that pops up.
Oh,
what's that?
Okay.
If you type in Steve on CAF premium members, he's the first name that pops up.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting. I went by letter.
Batman, Rocket Girl, Magic Order.
Yep. That's me.
Yep. Batman, White Knight. Ooh, I had stuff you wanted.
Steve, my other friend Steve says that you have to know that the pieces you can give up, I guess, are clearly less precious to you than the prospective Mobius piece. With different art, it is sometimes hard to compare different art.
Yeah.
If I understand that.
Yeah.
Pieces you can.
Less precious in terms of dollar value, for sure.
Or just general demand, or the way that the hobby at large may look at one piece versus the other, that kind of thing.
Sure.
But good point, Steve. You made a particular thing about it, right? Like, he was making a general statement. You're like, well, to me, for dollar value, but for another collector, that could be different too, right? Like, it could be aesthetic value or whatever. And it is a very personal thing. Like, if you're letting up stuff from your personal collection to acquire something more, there's always a personal aspect to that. So you're either looking to make more money, or you're looking to make what you consider to be an aesthetic upgrade.
Exactly. Because I don't ever buy a piece of art thinking I'm going to sell it down the line. That's not my mentality.
That was
So
not
if
my
I'm giving it up now, it's because I'm looking to trade up.
Yes. That's because you're new. You're new. No, I hope it never changes. I hope it stays like that. Like, I hope you remain pure. Don't become, bastardized like the rest of some of us. But no, and honestly, at this point, I'm really not looking to acquire things that I necessarily don't want. But I also understand that when I started, I wanted everything and I wanted it forever. And I've hit plateaus where I couldn't say no. And as Ruben and I and several of us have talked about on the show, that when certain things hit a certain price, I become very uncomfortable keeping them. That if they hit a value where I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I want something this valuable, in my house, because honestly, insurance is a mug's game and you shouldn't pay for it and you're never going to get your money back. So like, you're risking losing it. So if that's the case, then it may be more comfortable to get rid of that and put some of that money towards something else, which is a little bit less likely to disappear for whatever reason, be it fire, disaster, or theft, and reinvest some of that into the hobby or get more pieces that are worth less. But a lot of people I've come to learn, especially as we've done many shows and we look in the chat, people are like, yeah, I don't want to own anything that's worth more than $20,000. Some people $10,000. I don't want to have something that's worth more than whatever that number is. They get uncomfortable having a very expensive object that they don't have perhaps the best security to protect.
Right. I do have insurance. I'm the fool.
Steve, can I ask you?
It depends what you have. Honestly,
it's at the very least you get peace of mind. It does provide you feel calmer than when you are completely uninsured and you've got so much money tied up in your artwork. And I told these guys last week, was it last week or the week before, I recently had a little bit of a scare with the electrical system in the house. Like there was a little bit of a electrical fire going on behind one of my plugs. I was just like, shit, that's just another reminder of like, oh my God, like what can happen, the things that can happen, something you don't usually assume happen.
Electrical, fires, smoke, earthquakes, like all this stuff. And when you read the fine print on your insurance, it covers none of it. Like, and then you got to fight with them over what the actual value is, even though you've told them what it was and they agreed. Like, it's collecting on an insurance policy will cost you half the value of that insurance policy in time and aggravation. So I hate having said that because now I've just ruined the peace of mind that policy gave you, which is really the only thing it gave you. But, do what you need to do.
But I would say, Steve, given what you had mentioned with your example of what happened to you, I mean, I guess it's needless to say now you've probably learned the lesson. But I've always said to people in those situations, like if you're looking for something and somebody comes forward and they say, oh yeah, well I've got one, here it is, don't how do you put this? Don't go selling stuff in the hopes that
you're right.
You know what I mean? Obviously,
yeah.
I guess obviously now, maybe not back then, but obviously now, right? Because don't forget, it will take time. You'll need to, you'll need to take a certain amount of time to find, the buyers, whatever, to make the transaction, get the money, whatever. And in that time, yeah, you've given the other person the time they need to like change their minds for whatever reason, and you just don't know, right? So, and believe me, it not that it makes you feel any better personally, but I've had other collectors tell me the same basics type story where they got into that same situation. They called for something. Somebody stepped forward and said, well, I've got one and here, I've got this, right? And the person didn't have the money. They needed to sell something in order to, and in the time that it took to sell, they said no, or they got rid of it to somebody else, Yeah. And so it's just, you don't want to be doing
But looking at that window treatment back of Steve, I think he can afford the insurance. Those are beautiful drapes.
Thank you.
But I mean, I always say, like, if you were willing to part with stuff anyways in order to get a certain piece, I mean, I know it's hard, but I always kind of say, you know, you're better off.
He glitched. He glitched.
He's keeping us in suspense.
Yes. And Peter.
No, I'm here.
Peter was going to say something, and I
You were
think
going to
I
say
interrupted
something earlier, so yeah, it sounds.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask Steve, how much of your collection's on calf?
I've stopped posting since I probably have a dozen pieces that are not up on calf that may never be up on calf.
Yeah, I'm like, I have some pieces I probably will never post, and stuff. I took down galleries to kind of start reposting more intelligence.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just say what happened? Were you guys still talking and I was frozen, or what happened there?
Yeah, you glitched.
Oh, okay, because you all went black and it looks like you guys were reloading or something, and I was like, "Did anybody hear me? Anybody hear me?" I was like, "Oh shit." Okay.
Black and proud.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
No, we were just saying about how much of my collection was actually up on calf.
Oh. And well, I'm the one who was talking when I froze up or whatever. But yeah, I would just say, like, I wanted to mention that I always advise people, like, especially when you're interested in expensive, whatever you feel is expensive, you know, valuable art. Don't wait until you find a piece that comes along and, oh, there's one that I've been wanting for, I've been waiting for, until you suddenly start to, oh God, I need to sell art because I need to buy this, right? Because then time's of the essence, and you could get so screwed in so many ways that way. So it's always, I always say, it's just best to, like, look, if you have pieces that you are willing to sell, if certain pieces showed up, I always advise to think of it this way. The stuff that you would like to get will eventually show up. So start trying to sell stuff and always try. I know it's hard. Even I'm guilty of not doing it.
War chest.
Try to build up a bit of a war chest before that piece you want turns up. Because it will eventually. They always do, you know? And best that you have money on the side already, rather than
if you're married, though, right? Like, you can't just, like, set aside money, you know, for a collectible, and like be in a relationship with somebody, and they're like, wait a minute, you had $45,000 in this side account to buy your little funny book page. Like, I mean, that's like divorce territory right there. So it's tough. It's really tough to do. You're almost, I mean, and to the opposite of what Ruben said, it's almost better to invest in a very tradable piece, like, that you don't necessarily love, that you know is very liquid. And then again, that tradability moves up as the market moves up, so that all things being equal, that high demand piece may get more high demand depending upon who the artist who did it was. Like, I bought a Daniel Warren Johnson page, not because I love Daniel Warren Johnson's art, although I really like Do a Powerbomb. I think that was great. I'm not a huge fan of any of the rest of the things he's done. I don't like Transformers at all. But I bought this page from an indie comic that he did with Donny Cates, and it's got this beautiful explosion and lettering that he did on the page himself. And I'm a huge fan of artist rendered lettering, especially action lettering. So it fits within the things that I really love. But I didn't buy it because I love it. I bought it because it was stupidly cheap at a time where everybody was going gaga over his artwork. And I know that long term, if I hang on to it for 10 years, I'm in for a really, really good return on investment, very tradable. That said, I still have it out for sale for way more than I paid for it. So if someone hits that number in between now and then, I'll take it. You know, and that drives people crazy. Like, people, I mean, the people who, like, are tire kickers and casual fans, like, oh, that shouldn't be that. It's like, well, don't buy it. I don't give a shit. Like, I bought it. It's for sale for that price. That's what I want for it. I'm not saying that it has to sell for that. I'm saying that if you want it from me, that's what you have to pay me for it, because it's one of one. It's unique. And I'm going to speak to something else, which also drives people crazy in the chat. That a lot of people, we talked about insurance, and he's talking about, losing stuff. People buy comic art and they make Xeroxes of it and they frame the Xeroxes. Nobody who ever bought a fucking Renoir scanned a Renoir and put it in a frame on their wall. No one. So it's crazy to me that people put bootlegs on their walls. And not only is that illegal to do, just like writ large, and it is, it's illegal to make an illegal copy of something that you don't own the copyright to. So there's that. But there's also the idea that if they're not stamping the back of it with facsimile immediately, then when they die and someone goes into their estate, and God forbid that not only they die, but the people that they're leaving their shit to, who has access to any notes about it, dies, there's going to be confusion about what's actually original and what isn't, because a lot of these guys will reproduce it on comic art page. So you've now got like fraudulent copies of these things out there that were never out there before, because some person who collected things felt entitled, because they own the original, that they now have the right to make a copy of it. That is such nonsense. It is illegal nonsense. It is also very dangerous and treacherous to the value of artwork in the hobby, because if they're doing really, really good reproductions, and these guys have money to do so, some of these like high-end collectors, people that I like, that I think are good people, and like, oh, I keep a copy of them. Like, that's great. When your computer burns up, no one's going to give a shit. So if any of this art survives, the fireman that puts the fire out in your house is going to pull this shit off the wall, and you're going to be dead. So they're going to like bring it home to their kid, and their kid's going to like wait 2 years and pop it up on eBay in 3 years, and people are going to think it's an original, and they're going to get it, and they may know or they may not know that it's a fake, and that may hit auction. It's this endless loop of fraud, and so many people in this hobby are so comfortable with that, and that makes me ill.
If I had that collectible insurance agency, if that existed in Canada or whatever, I would have gotten it, with the full knowledge that I'm very suspicious of insurance companies, and I would think that, okay, it depends on how I had to make a claim, like what happened. I always assume they're going to try their best to get out of it. But I will say, Steve, and I don't know who you got for the insurance, but I will say that I have known people who had insurance with Collectible Insurance Agency. I mean, that's the old name. I don't know what they're called now. They changed the name a few years back. But I've known a few people who have made claims with them, and they got paid not only easily but quickly, and they didn't ask them for proof. They just said, for how much is it for, whatever. And that's it. Yeah, they didn't really have to do very much, and they got paid out. The only drawback, of course, as you would expect, is the next time they had to renew, it was a lot more expensive for the premium. But I've heard pretty good things of their service over the years. Not in recent years, but this was more back in the late 2000s into the 2010s, So
the only reason I picked up insurance is because, again, I'm an accountant. I'm conservative. The first batch of art I picked up was from Essential Sequential, and come to find out, I live and work not that far from Jason. So I literally stopped at his place and picked it up, and he showed me, portfolios of all the other stuff that he had personally, and through the guys that he repped, and I just picked his brain for a couple days. And one of the things I asked was about insurance, and he recommended, and I think it's still called Collectibles Insurance, and said, great things about them, about how a portfolio at San Diego Comic-Con went missing, it got stolen. He filed a police report, and they just basically paid him the value of all the art that was in that portfolio, like kind of easy breezy.
Vending is high risk activity, and he may need to hold that insurance because he represents the property of other artists. I've had to do that as a gallerist. I've had to carry insurance in a gallery for artwork that I did not own.
And it's a business write-off.
Yes, well, of course. And as a private collector, I find it to be a total waste of money. And that if you ever were to file to recover on it, your premiums never cover what you end up, over time. You lose money. You just lose money. It's like car insurance. Car insurance is the biggest waste of money ever until you get into a car accident and you need it. So safe drivers pay for your accident. If you don't live in an area where you're prone to having a theft, or because you got good security or in a safe neighborhood, or you're not like at risk of damage to a flood or fire, and you may be, then you want to carry those insurances as you would carry insurances for everything. But if you're in a relatively safe environment, I don't think it's wise to necessarily buy the insurance. And I say it, you're more, you're, as someone who's into insurance, like you kind of get it in a different way than the layman does. And maybe you can kind of customize your policy and be like, well, I want this, and know all the peccadillos. And because you're in the industry, you may get an easier response when you file. But for the average lay person, I feel like they're just told that they need it and they do it, and it's dumb and they're going to lose money. But there are good reasons to have it.
If I could, I understand what Matt's saying. I certainly understand where he's coming from. I would say, Steve, I also understand where you're coming from, and I've heard the same thing about that agency. And so I also have insurance simply for the fact of if something awful was to happen, like a robbery or something like that, or something gets, I'm carrying something and something happens, like Matt was saying, or, let's say I'm in my car and I'm driving and I have an accident and the art is lost. It happens to be with me. So for all those reasons, I know that, it doesn't cover certain things, certain events. However, I figure it's better safe than sorry. And I feel like it's with a reputable firm. I also understand, insurance in general is kind of a con game in many ways, in some ways. But for peace of mind, I'm okay with it.
That's the key phrase I used earlier, right? Like if nothing else, people get
peace of mind is valuable
once they have it, right? And hopefully you never even need to make a claim. But if you get it and it gives you that peace of mind, in that respect, it's worth it to those people. I mean, look,
and I've been through it. I've been through it. I'm once bitten, twice shy, where I've had several claims and had to go through a lot of bullshit to get back what I had paid for on the coverage for the object in a legitimate claim, and the amount of time that I spent to get back the money that I deserved made it completely not worthwhile.
I mean, that's the horror experience that would make you not want to have insurance anymore. It would make you stay away from the whole thing because the whole experience is so distasteful and revolting. Yeah. And I completely understand where you're coming from, Matt.
But if I were in a Schrodinger's cat situation like you guys are, where you haven't gone through that, then I can understand why, as a concept, it's an important thing to have. But as someone who's been through it, I'd be like, it's a waste of your money and time. But and there are certain aspects of other insurance policies that cover everything to an extent, and you can kind of slide it under without getting a separate insurance. But again, that's way easier to recover than specific art insurance. Like getting that payout is really, really hard. And your insurance company, even the most reputable, I promise you, will fight with you over it because that's what they do. Their job is to fight your claim. That's everybody who works for an insurance company. Their number one line of defense is to fight the claim. First is like, no, deny. Immediate is denial, or send us paperwork, spend like an ungodly amount of time filling out this really difficult thing to fill out and send it in. For Steve, that's going to be great. He does that all the time. He's like, I got you. And I'm going to put you in the corner. But for most people, not everybody, most people, it's going to be a bunch of hoops, a lot of time. Your time is worth money. Don't think your time isn't worth money. And even if you equated at what your actual time is worth, like what you actually make, and not even downgrade that to like minimum wage, you're still losing. You'd lose money at minimum wage.
So when you go ahead.
I've had a good experience with insurance actually so far. Maybe knock on wood, but maybe I also have I don't know. I think I've selected well the companies I go with, and I'm also not, it's not the cheapest insurance. It's not there's that.
What percentage of value are they charging you annually?
What percentage of value are they charging me annually?
Generally 10 to 12% annually, right?
Maybe 10%. No, it's less than that.
Let's say it's 8%. So if you don't have it, if your collection doesn't go up in flames in 14 years, you just pay for nothing.
Well, I've paid for in the event of, or yes, in one way you could look at it that way, but in the other way, if it does go up in flames, it's the Schrodinger cat situation.
Yes,
it is, and you can look at it either way. Either way is, you can look at it. Yeah.
I mean, you could also just decide to insure the larger individual pieces.
Certainly, as opposed to an entire collection. There's better value in insuring a specific piece, which is easier to get a single appraisal on, an agreement from the insurance company, and then it gets stolen or burned, and they still fight you for 4 years on it. But it's much easier than doing an entire collection. Certainly.
So now, if you're shipping art, do you insure it?
I had when I had my gallery, I had an insurance that covered the cost of anything being shipped. It was included in my insurance package. As an individual seller now, I just buy the insurance in the post office, or it's on the buyer to buy it. And I'll be like, hey, you can buy insurance if you want it. Ain't my responsibility to buy your insurance. Here you go. And that's because people hate paying for shipping art. Like people in the collecting space, it doesn't matter if it's comic art or if it's paintings or sculptures or whatever the fuck it is. People hate paying for shipping actual cost with insurance. They want the cheapest version of getting it to them in the hopes that it arrives safe rather than paying for it to arrive safe. And of course, in a world where we're using PayPal, which will automatically default to support the buyer, it is on the seller to make sure that it arrives safely. So it's a risk, right? So I will only now insure it full value, no matter where I send something, and it costs what it costs to ship. And if someone comes back to me and is like, oh, how come this costs, $125 when I know that Berkey will ship this for $30? I'm like, well, Berkey's not insuring that purchase for the full value of the price. And if anything happens to this, are you willing to, are you going to send me an email saying that you will not hold me responsible in case this piece doesn't show up in perfect shape? Because if you do that, I will absolutely ship it for less, but I need this in writing.
Matt, he probably has insurance that covers shipping. I would suspect that most dealers have some sort of insurance that includes shipping.
Oh yeah. Like back in the day with the collectibles insurance agency, when I was looking into it, they had a plan for dealers, so that you are covered on the inventory that's sitting there in your house, but
its movement. Yeah,
and it's movement.
I had that when I had an art gallery. Yeah,
and that's actually, for me, I never even wanted, not that I can get it in any shape or form, but when I looked into it hoping I could get it, I was willing to bypass the inventory sitting there. I just wanted to see, are you willing to insure me for all my shipping back and forth, the incoming and outgoing packages? That's all I really want to get insured.
And there are blanket, when you first set up insurance as a business, you have to establish the cost of the monthly stock. So to get insurance on what you have in stock, you set a number. And so if you have an idea of what the inventory is, it will cover that number of inventory. But if you think that the guy that laid down $500,000 on a Chiefs game last year is actually buying insurance on the stock that he has in his house, well, then maybe you're a bigger gambler than he is. But, who am I to say?
Yeah. Jeff's making a good point. He's not a fan of the insurance, and he's got a very valuable collection. So I think postal insurance is also not a good deal because it's something like 5%. I don't think
worse, and they will never pay you back. You are way better. Like, so using the postal insurance.
The way he's looking at it is, you got to lose 1 in 20 pieces, 5% of your pieces that you ship, to make it really pay off, kind of thing, whatever. And obviously, he goes, in my experience, very few pieces go missing, less than 1 in 1,000.
But they will also only insure something with 4 inches of padding all the way around the object that's in the shipping for the USPS. So, like, you can pay for that insurance, and they will take your money. That's right. They always take. If it's not like, if you're not actually building around the extra padding on that shipping, they will not cover the loss. So, like, you got to be really careful. Like, I have maintained the insurance policy that I had as a business owner in the value of the stock that I handle, and that covers my shipping to and from. But that is very different than collectibles insurance.
No, I know that, but you were talking about. I know that, but it's personal versus business. But I was just mentioning that's why the dealers can ship it at the postage rate without any insurance. That was just my main point.
Yeah.
I do think also Jeff Sings has some very good point. He also made another comment here where
he's also Canadian, so there may be a different aspect of shipping from Canada than there is shipping from the United States.
The reality is, in Canada, we cannot ship collectibles. Like, it's somebody will do it. Somebody will do it. Listen, let me just tell you really quickly. I may have told this story or already, but without giving you all the details, there was a time I was looking into it, wanting to get insured, calling all these companies. No, what's that? They're like, oh yeah, okay. Everybody's telling me, oh yeah, you would have to get like an appraisal for every piece, whatever. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do that. I'm the dealer. Like, no, you got to get somebody else.
Third party appraisal, yeah.
I'm like, but and I'm like, you mean like here? Is it, like, can I go to the States for that? They're like, well, it's better if you just do it here in Canada. And I go, but I'm the only dealer in Canada. I'm the only one qualified to do this. Oh no, sorry, but we just can't accept that. I'm like, so what am I like? What, you know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, it's crazy. And so I call this other company at one point, and they're like, yeah, we'll insure collectibles. It was AXA. You guys have AXA? AXA?
I've heard of it.
Is it like 25% annual?
I think it's what?
Is it like 25% annual on what you're insuring?
I don't even know. But let me tell you the point is when they said, yeah, we'll insure collectibles. I'm like, okay, great. Can you send me all the information you have on insuring collectibles? And he's like, we don't really have anything to give out, but like, you'd have to come in and see us. Okay, no problem. Where's your office? Okay, so it's here. And he starts giving me this address, and I'm like, whoa. I cut him off. I'm like, you're talking about Toronto. I said, I told you at the beginning of the call, I'm in Montreal. Give me the Montreal office. Oh no, we don't have an office there. I'm like, you don't have an office here? So, and you can't send me anything? No. So what do you want me to do? Well, we can set up an appointment and you just come and we'll talk about it in the office here. I'm like, I'm in Montreal. You're in Toronto. It will take me 5 hours to drive there just so I can sit down with you for 30 minutes. What are you talking about? Just so I can find out that you tell me in the end? No, okay. Yeah.
Or you could ship it to them, but then they would need you to insure it to ship it to them.
Ship what to them?
Whatever you need insured. Which is the absurdity, right? It's like, it's
they want me to drive
Boros. It's like it's a snake eating its tail.
just the fact that somebody with a straight face would expect me, like he literally expected me to, yeah, we'll set up an appointment. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm calling you for information. You tell me you have no documentation you can send me through the mail or online, and you still expect me to drive 5 hours so I can meet you for half an hour to talk about that? What are you talking about? What kind of an idiot does that? Like, you must be out of your mind. So anyways, that's what a pain in the ass it is here in Canada, you know? But again, talking about peace of mind, right? So a few years back, there was a few sales I made that were in the 5 figures, right? 5-figure pieces. And I felt very nervous I always feel nervous about shipping that kind of stuff, right? Through just regular mail or whatever. So I looked online and I ended up paying. I found this company online just through some website. I think they were called PFF or something. It was 3 letters, PFF, I think. Anyways, they're a shipping company. I don't mean shipping as in we ship. We ship
on
packages.
On boats.
Boats, yeah, large boats on the ocean.
No, I know them. We work with them in shipping from the UK to.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Canada.
So that's great, Matt, because it ties into what you were saying earlier about the all this space. You need the space around the package or whatever you're shipping, because these guys would be like, yeah, we can give you a contract, and the people that work there, what you do is you can do it online. You tell them how much you tell them what you're shipping and what it's valued at. And then your claim or whatever, your request to purchase the insurance, it gets sent automatically to one of the people that work there or whatever, right? Some randomly, I guess. And based on whoever gets you and then reaches out to you and how they feel you out, that's how it's determined what they're going to charge you. Okay, and you can negotiate,
Flyers, right?
Huh?
Was it PF Flyers?
PF Flyers?
PF Flyers is a shipping and airmail company.
I just know it was 3 letters. That's it.
Yeah.
And I think the P was Pacific, whatever. But anyways, so on the website they did show some prices. Right. And they were like, okay, 2.75%, from this range to this range value, okay, 2.25 if it's, this much more expensive, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I'm like, geez, I don't want to pay 2.75, whatever. Like, that's a lot. And then the guy, he works out like, I think 1.75 with me, I'm like, okay, whatever. That's fine. Whatever. I got to do it. So let's just do it. And so I'm like, okay, so that's it. So you're going to send me a contract? Yeah, he emails me this contract. I sign it. And then I'm like, okay, thank you. And he's like, whoa. Like, you need to take pictures and show me exactly how you are going to package this thing. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. You need to photograph every step of the packaging. I'm like, you have to be shitting me. Like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. We need that. We need to make sure you packed it properly enough in case it gets damaged to prove that it was your fault, not ours or whatever, Yeah. And so that's what I did. I had to take fucking all kinds of pictures, whatever. And it was all these steps I took. I mean, I overpacked this thing way more than I normally would, And then the next time I needed to use them, I got somebody different. And they were like quoting me some different percentage price. I'm like, what are you talking about? Last time I paid only this much. And they're like, oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can give you that.
Meanwhile, if you send it by Parcel Monkey, it'll cost you like $10 to send it to Turkey if it weighs 500 pounds, and you'll get no peace of mind and no tracking. But it will mysteriously arrive in one piece. It's like the weirdest shit ever.
That's too funny. See, but the interesting, and we lost Ruben again, I think.
Yes.
The interesting thing is, obviously.
Frozen too? No. Peter.
No, I'm here.
The interesting thing is that my policy does cover shipping.
Yeah.
So as long as I ship via approved carrier, FedEx, DHL, not UPS, and not US Postal. And as long as I have signature required, I don't have to declare a value. I don't have to pay for insurance. I have to imagine on some level it's saving me some money. But again, it's all hypothetical until I need to file a claim, and then I'm screwed in theory.
Yeah. My business inventory insurance, I decided to maintain because it just covered shipping. Like, I was getting into so many problems just individually shipping packages that were getting lost by USPS, or the worst was EMS. Because once it leaves the United States, it gets in the hands of like EMS or like some other company that you never contracted with, especially if you buy your shipping through PayPal. And so you'll pay to insure it through PayPal, and then they will refuse to cover the insurance that you paid for. It's the craziest thing. And so at least if I have it through my business inventory insurance, it covers to and from. So it's like to and from your front door, whatever the address is of your business. And since I've moved to Las Vegas, I choose to use my home address as the door to door, which makes it easier. That still allows me to drop off packages at the post office as long as they get scanned at the counter or through you can't just drop them off. You got to get them scanned. Then there's proof that it has gone from your front door to the place of delivery. If I do,
I'm going to get in the weeds. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because you were saying, even in your PayPal payment, you need to, have language that kind of makes it ironclad that you can sue them in the event of.
Yeah.
With the shipping, does the language have like free on board where ownership transfers if it's, at their door versus your door?
In my checkout, on the websites, because everything I sell is basically, if I'm doing a private transaction, it's a little bit different, and I don't get too top loaded with it, and I just rely upon my coverage of my shipping. If they buy through the website, which is where you really need to have some kind of insurance as a business owner, that it's in the shipping policy. Like when you check out, it's a huge amount of text, just like you're buying a new iPhone, like what we're responsible for, what you're responsible for, what you're paying for. If you want extra value, it's all in there before they can check out. They have to see that and agree to it, and then it's on them. Right. And a lot of people that have personal websites do not have that in their checkout on the bottom of their site, and people don't pay attention to it. And I've only had, since I've been here, so the last 4 years, basically. Well, yeah, it was before I moved here. I had one package go missing forever and then mysteriously reappear. And it showed up at the neighbor of a business address that I used to have. And he was like, it took me a long time to figure out who this went to. And I'm like, there were so many international return and shipping stickers, you couldn't read the address on it. He had to peel stuff back to figure it. He had to open it, and he's like, oh, this must have been the gallery that used to be next door. And then he looked on it, and he's like, oh yeah, he saw my invoice on the inside, because the outside none of the address was visible at this point. And he saw the phone number and called me, and he's like, oh, I have your package. So I was glad he opened the package that wasn't addressed to him. And I was able to find it well after the fact. And it was going to Germany. It was, the other problem you run into is that you'll buy like EMS or what, you'll buy like the PayPal shipping. And I don't recommend using PayPal shipping internationally for anybody. It's very cheap, and it offers you no peace of mind and a lot of potential for problems. You're way better just like ponying up and sending it FedEx, where you have absolute 100% like peace of mind about where it is at most times. And don't cheap out on that when you do international. Like here in the US, things generally get where they're going to go. When I've used PayPal International, there have been a couple opportunities where things went missing for weird amounts of time and then appeared and then got delivered. It will give you a stroke. Like it will absolutely give you, like palpitations and anxiety. And I mean, but even when you have the insurance as a seller, You don't want to get a bad name as somebody whose packages disappear. So you get nervous anyways. And like, you want to do what you can for the person who bought stuff. So like, and these are unique things. They're irreplaceable. So the person who bought, like a Miyazaki animation cell from me was like on the hook for years as this package was supposed to get delivered. A lot of it was they didn't notify him properly that there were attempts to deliver the package, according to him. I believe him. I don't think they left door tags. Or if they did, they blew away. Very, very common. I've found door tags on my door when I was home and they were supposed to deliver the package. Did not ring the doorbell, did not knock on the door, walked up, slapped the door tag, and walked away. I caught it on my camera. I opened the door. I ran out after him like, dude, what the fuck? Where's my package? Oh, are you home? Yeah, you might have known that if you'd knocked or rang the doorbell, dipshit, and like, chased them down into the street to get my package. It happens all the time. So like, so I have no doubt that it happened in Europe. And like, honestly, the day before it was going to get mailed back, he was like, hey, the package hasn't shown up. I was like, dude, I've seen like 3 delivery attempts, and tried to get it stopped. And it took 2.5 more years. I had to return his money. I had to. And then when it finally showed up, I was like, do you still want this? I can't believe it made it back, but do you still want this? And I was able to, it was collect, and it was issued, it was reported as completely, it was gone. They fucked it up, and I ended up getting it returned and contacted them. I was like, I think I'll get the package back. And they're like, do you have a report number that refers to the file of you wanting to give us money back? And I'm like, fuck you. I'm not diving through a gazillion hoops to give you money back. I just reported that I got the thing back that you paid me for. You can either send me an invoice to pay you back, or you can leave it alone. And they're like, this case is closed. I'm like, great.
And with that,
Yeah.
we have come to the end of our wonderful.
I just wanted to break 5 hours, guys.
Your first time, and you've come on a show where we broke a 5-hour show. That's pretty awesome.
Perfect time for me to go. I got in and I got out.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing here, Matt? It's so late for you. You keep telling me no more, or whatever. Like, stop the insanity, Matt.
I got home late. I dived on.
He's an addict.
Yeah, Matt, just so you know, we could finish an episode in 3.5 hours. The one that Felix wanted to come on about, right? Because the whole reason he came on was because whatever, he saw that we were talking about the Swamp Thing cover. I don't know if I told you, but in case I didn't, at the 3-hour 15 mark, we were already at the last 2 pieces. So if it wasn't for the fact that I had saved that Swamp Thing 21 for the end, such a big piece, very momentous, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, it's going to be talked about a lot. We could have finished it at 3.5. It's just because that particular piece took an extra hour, and you had said, oh, what the hell, it's okay, whatever. And so, okay, let's just talk then, right?
As my good friend Paul was fond of saying, if my uncle had tits, it'd be my aunt.
If what? If what? I didn't hear that. Uncle Paul said what?
You can watch it in the rewind.
Fuck you. Okay, man. Are you leaving or should I stay? Huh?
I said thank you, chat.
Oh, thank you, Matt. Peter and Steve, are you gonna stick around a few minutes until I say bye-bye to everybody, or are you gonna pop out now?
Can I just say one thing? Matt asked me a question. How much insurance? What my insurance rate is? It's less than 1% of the value.
That's a really good deal.
Mine is 2.5%.
That's also a really good deal.
Okay.
What state are you guys in?
New Jersey.
I don't want to give you my state because then I might get a knock on the door. No, Virginia.
Yeah, California is like 8 to 12%.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous. That's so beyond reality. The scope of any reality.
Fires, earthquakes. larger risk.
Oh, right. But yeah, okay. But still, it's just it's insanity.
Flood insurance is
Whether it makes
crazy
sense
expensive in California, and you almost never experience it. I'm sorry, we're over. End the show. Bye.
Good night, everyone. It's been a
Great to see
pleasure.
you guys. The pleasure
night.
is mine.
Okay, are you all leaving? Who's leaving right now? Matt?
I'm leaving right now. Yes.
Steve?
I'll skedaddle.
Okay, I will email you, Steve. I actually already
All right.
emailed you while we were live, so check that out and get back to me.
Will do. Thanks. Nice meeting you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Nice,
Thank you for
Steve.
being here,
Nice
Steve.
meeting you.
Appreciate it, man.
Good night, Matt.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, Mary Ellen.
And Peter, are you off as well?
Yes.
Okay. I will say goodbye and bid you adieu as well. And I got you down for the January 4th episode. And that's
we
it.
can stay on to talk a little if you want.
I mean, I'm just going to say, remind everybody about that January 4th episode. I don't know if Robert Berman is still here. I mean, I'm probably going to have to. I only got like 2 emails so far, so it looks like I'm going to have to email a bunch of people. But I know Robert was one of the 10 people I had done a show and tell with in 2025.
No.
But if you're here, Robert, I just was mentioning for anybody who didn't hear it, who came in late, my first episode of 2026, January 4th, will be a show and tell, but of multiple collectors. So everybody who wants to come on can come on. Just for one piece. You want to show your favorite acquisition of 2025, I suppose. And I'm going to try to get about 20 different collectors to come in, spend a few minutes showing. I'll show your piece, and you talk about it like a regular show and tell, a regular collector show and tell. Except everybody only comes on to present one piece. And for those of you who are hearing about this for the first time, if you want to participate on the January 4th show and tell, email me here, please, rubenthecollector@gmail.com. Just let me know you want to participate. If you already know what piece you would show, please attach a scan of it. And that's it. But yeah, I'll be emailing a bunch of people, I guess, and I'll remind everybody about this on next week's show with Caesar. So who is the artist who has done the musical stuff that you mentioned? You might do a show on. Steve McGarry. Steve Mc as in MC Gary, Garry. And so next week, please remember, might as well, you're already here, Peter, might as well stay with me for an extra minute. Please remember to check out Nikki B's show with Colleen Doran on Friday, everybody. It is indeed a late night, Tony. What the hell's up with you, man? And that's 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, as usual, as always. And Ruben, I would love to be on one of these paneled meetups. Loving this. Well, why didn't you pop in? I told you a million times the link to pop into the studio is right below inside the description. So there you go. Why didn't you pop in if you want to do it? You guys kill me. Only 5 hours. Yeah, it's a slow one tonight, a short one tonight, right, Marcus? And yeah, that's what I thought. You had a few really nice pieces in the low price, right? In the low price show that we did. Yeah, exactly. No, a few months ago, maybe like 3 months ago, not a year ago, 3 months ago or so. So that's it, everybody. So check out Nikki B on Friday, and then check me out next week. It's usually good. I always think it's good, but I don't want to be patting myself on the back, Tony. You know how it is. Maybe you can wait until I chop it up into chapters and you see what the chapters are about. But to be honest, it's so late now and I'm kind of lazy. I may not even be bothered to do that. And then so for me, I will leave you guys out with because I haven't been able to do this for months. But since I have next week's show already planned, that's the third annual episode of Comic Art Unboxing number 12 with Cesar Alvarez, where he is going to unbox a bunch of art packages that he's been saving up just for this show. So he's a special one, that Caesar. So yeah, that'll be at the usual time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. So please come join us for that. And who knows? We never did it in the previous 2 years, but if a couple of you want to come in, join me in a tiny little window on screen while we give Caesar the large screen so we could see him better, I may allow that as well. So, but yeah, please come back for that. This show was dying earlier tonight until Peter showed up and saved things. Peter's awesome, man. Peter's awesome. And yeah, the Uncle Paul. Caesar is king of unboxing indeed. So that's it, guys. So again, thank you very much. Those of you who stuck around from start to finish, especially. Those of you who also came in late but still stuck around till the end. Really appreciate you guys. More than you know that. And so that's it. Everybody, be safe out there. Have a great week. And we shall see you back here again next week. And until then, go Blue.